Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO.
Hello everyone, now I'm with YOODO Alliance Jimmy. Hello, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine.
Are you enjoying Thailand?
Yes, I am enjoying Thailand.
Okay, 1 week already. You guys just 13 points different with top 1 now. In order to get better score, do you have any strategy or something focus on today?
Okay, so untuk pasukan YOODO Alliance sekarang cuma beza 13 poin dengan top 1. Ada tak strategi yang korang akan cuba fokuskan pada hari ini untuk korang dapatkan top 1 pada hari ini?
Untuk pada hari ini, kita orang akan lebih konsisten lah and lebih berdisiplin untuk kami kekalkan 6 map untuk kami konsisten, dan kami akan perbaiki lagi gameplay di Erangel dan juga Sunhawk and memperkemaskan lagi di Miramar.
Okay, first of all, we wanted to be more disciplined for today match. We want to fix our Erangel and Sunhawk map, but then we want to complete or we want to make it perfect on our Miramar. So I think today we are aiming for consistency and we will be more disciplined.
Okay, so fix Sunhawk and Irako. Okay. Can you share with us what were you guys thinking when Olio was 1 versus 4 clutch with CRVP yesterday?
Okay, so semalam masa Olio dapat clutch create VIP 1 lawan 4, masa tu korang sebagai teammate, apa perasaan korang waktu tu? Apa yang korang fikirkan di momen itu?
Kalau bagi saya dan juga tim, kami bangga kerana Oli dapat clutch 1 lawan 4 dan kita orang terkejut dengan penggunaan Uzi jugalah. So mungkin dia adalah the next Batman.
Okay, so first of all, of course we are shocked and we didn't expect, but at the same time we proud with Oli. The things that we didn't expect because of he using a Uzi weapon, which is I think he's gonna be a next Batman. Is it? Okay.
Yes.
Expert?
Batman.
Batman. Okay. Okay, I got that one. Okay, we saw interesting contents from MORPH and CRVP. Any words to CRVP?
Okay, kita ada tengoklah story MORPH Goku pasal konten 1v4 dengan Creed VIP kan. Ada tak apa-apa yang nak sampaikan dengan Creed VIP?
Untuk Creed VIP, semoga ke Super Sunday. Semoga kita dapat layak ke Super Sunday kali ni. So, good luck and have fun. Jangan kena clutch lagi .
to create VIP. I hope both of us can qualify to Super Sunday. And yeah, please don't get clutched with other team.
Okay. Okay. So don't crush.
Yeah.
Okay, don't crush. Thank you, Jimmy, to join us for the interview. And now it is time for a game. Are you ready? If you're ready, go to the casters.
And that was Jimmy OP, ladies and gentlemen, from YOODO Alliance with a little bit of a lore in case you follow PUBG Mobile from back in the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2024. Together with us, your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo. And today we'll be reintroducing Group B.
Now, speaking of which, we do know Group B is a group of death and also the group that actually advanced to last week's Super Sunday. Now, are they ready from Group C to have to fight this Group B right now?
Yeah, that will be the big question, right? So within Group B, all of the teams, except for TODAK that is, have qualified into last week's Super Sunday. So it just shows on paper that this is arguably the group of death, or the toughest group that all teams will need to face. Speaking about the teams, some of the teams really need to collect a lot of points in order for them to have a shot in at least the last chance qualifiers into Sunday.
I agree. We're going to talk into the teams when it comes to overall rankings later on, plus the reintroduction of Group B later. But speaking of the lore, right, he talked about Batman. There's two Batman. Is it the BAD Batman or BAT? We're going to get into that later because Group B will be reintroduced here for our day number 1 for them, which going to be day number 2 for Group C, of course, in week 2. Boom, XERXIA, TALON, Vampire, Sam9, Team Flash, TODAK, and PIGMY is back with us in day 2 of week number 2.
And of course, we'll be having Group C today, together with Group B, BTR, FaZe Clan, RRQ, NKT, YOODO Alliance, Xavier, Crit VIP, and VOIN will be playing. And to answer your question, yes, it is BAD Man, the guy with the best jawline of them all, because he used to be known as the guy who always carries the micro Uzi around.
Now that reminds me, when it comes to the Battle of Jawline, there's also one play in PMGC. I forgot which player was it. I think it's coming out hailing from China or the South Asia player that do have very sharp jawline too. But when it comes to the comparison between YOODO Alliance and Beta, that's going to be the comparison between the second and the third placement. When it comes to average placement points, YOODO Alliance do play a bit more safer. They do have more utilities. So that kind of concludes that when it comes to the playing safer, a bit more conservative, their top 4 do have a bit slightly higher than BTR, almost half of it. But when it comes to elimination, firepower-wise, aggressiveness, BTR actually take the lead in this.
Yeah, with the highlight player for BTR, it's going to be Luxy. He played the entirety of yesterday compared with Ade Luke, and we're going to have a head-to-head comparison between the two of them. So when it comes to average eliminations, Luxy, he does have a little bit more than YOODO Alliance. For average damage, same as well. That comes together with the average eliminations. But when it comes to assists, Ade Luke has a little bit more assists and also a little bit more team contribution as compared to Luxy. So that just shows that teamwork makes the dream work.
That's kind of true. And also when it comes to teamwork, yesterday Luxy did actually have a chance to play along with BTI. I think it was around the 2 last game of Mirama. We do have Zuxley playing. So the Tachibana twins actually deployed the twins to actually to put so much work when it comes to Mirama map. But between the highlights of BTR versus YOODO Alliance, BTR, we've seen them playing so aggressive, trying to get those eliminations, but it's just they caught themselves in a trap during the last rotations of around the top 4, top 6 by the end of each single map.
Yeah, so each single map, they have been pretty consistent, but for YOODO Alliance, man. 2 chicken dinners yesterday, and I have to remember the last chicken dinner in Mirama yesterday. That was an amazing chicken dinner. It was against Xavier, and because of the 2 nades that was tossed by them, I believe we'll see that in the highlights later, that gave them the opening to wrap things up against Xavier.
I agree. The golden nade coming out from Olio pretty much opens up such a huge opportunity, despite they're actually not really having those grounds and not having the compounds. Plus, even the blue zone were actually closing from their end first. That's just how crucial to have those troubles in the very last few circles. But we talked about previous ones, these Xaviers and also YOODO Lions, only 13 points in the difference. And when it comes to BTR, a bit of a gap between YOODO Lions with 16 points. Now these Xaviers, despite they had a really great run yesterday, you can see they are quite frustrated with their own performance too.
Well, I mean, 63 points. I don't know how they can be frustrated with that unless they set a higher bar for themselves. But being at 63 points, they're pretty comfortable up there. And if we based on last week's record, if they can hold 80-ish points, that'll be pretty cool. And with the 6 games today, it's very doable. But it is crunch time for teams on page number 2, especially Roy, who is playing today. And they only managed to collect 7 points and the only team with a single digit now.
And last time we had this sort of case scenario, which was Super Sunday with Vampires. Hopefully that's not going to be the trend for all the teams when it comes to week number 2. Roy, I have a feeling they will actually get those double digits, but how far they have to play the catch-up game against all the other teams out there. Starting off our day number 2 here, don't forget it's GMT plus 7. Wherever you are, make sure it's going to be the GMT plus 7 time zone. With the first day of the day, we're going to starting off with our map Sunhawk, Triple Erangel and Double Miroma. Just to remind, yesterday was Mr. Joe's Sun.
Oh man, that Mr. Joe moment. He probably didn't expect to get the chicken dinner as well. I mean, Alter Ego, I re-looked at the footage and Alter Ego should have gotten the chicken dinner, but for some reason, it was a weird one and it's totally unexplainable. I wish we could have gotten like an interview, representative for Alter Ego and Mr. Joe himself, just to hear what they have to say about that.
And we really need to pick the brain on Mr. Joe because he got himself in a very awkward position every single time. There's like odd angles seems to be working out for him. And the patience game on his side. I don't think that, like you mentioned, the moment they actually pan into the camera of the players, their emotional expression as well as their outcome of the results just didn't seem surreal because they have no clue what really happened as well. To Ego got himself in a really tough spot, sliding down very steep slope.
Yeah, I wish we could have the player cam as well from Alter Ego that time. Like, we have to put like a side-by-side between the two of them. That was like insane. Absolutely no idea what happened there. But anyway, it is what it is. And it's already happened yesterday. For Alter Ego, they will not be playing today. So they will be taking a break. And I think they could use a break after that yesterday's Sandhawk performance. But anyway, for Group C, NKT is there and they will continue to play. Who knows what else can Mr. Joe come up for us?
Now speaking of Group C, today will be the last day for them grouping stage, so it's so crucial for them to gain as much point as possible. And speaking of which, I'm going to put up Roy up there because this can be their last day to push themselves, whether they can make it to the Super Sunday, have to go through a last chance stage.
Yeah, and I'm putting in Team Flash, TALON as well as TODAK especially because they missed out on last week's Super Sunday. And they have yet to recover from their last season's performance. So since this is coming into the second week, hopefully they learn a thing or two about this lobby and they'll be able to do better today.
I agree. The same goes for me because we do want to see the teams that did make it to the last Super Sunday have a bit of a shot of getting those points up during the Super Sunday League point to advance towards the Grand Finals. And my prediction here is going to be all the teams without any chicken. Now, I know it even surprises me to actually go through every single day last week, including yesterday as well. RRQ, despite their performance, they are the only team that actually in the top 8 in the previous week as well that didn't score any chicken.
Yes, despite them getting a lot of eliminations, but yeah, they're still lacking of that chicken dinner, just say it. But it's still a record breaking, right? So far we'll be looking forward to seeing whether any other team will be able to break RRQ's record and also individual record held by Napeko for now for the most eliminations by a single player. And because we are featuring some of the best teams in the PMSL based out of last week's Super Sunday, we will be in a treat for today.
Hopefully that's the case, yeah. Roy, they are prepping themselves up. Today is going to be Group C last group stage qualified towards whether they make it through the Super Sunday or not. I'm loving the jacket from BTR, by the way. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they have that for a couple of seasons now. So I'm sure that also means that there's probably some in stock. Just saying BTR. Just saying co-ed in case you somehow listen to the English broadcast. Putting out there.
But you mentioned about we have to be supportive for this economy of each of the. Or maybe we should.
Oh, it's
actually
BTR.
spend
Come
some-
on. Let's be real, okay? It's BTR. They can afford a jacket.
Maybe, who knows, right? Maybe one day. But speaking of TODAK, now they do have quite a huge potential for the players, but it's all about adapting themselves with the revisions of all the other teams' dynamic, plus the erratic circle that's been appearing these days.
Yeah, so fun circles for the most part in Sandhawk. Yesterday we got a Camp Alpha circle, and well, if it's Camp Alpha circle, it could have been Alpha Ego, but yeah, it was history anyway. But today, Alpha Ego isn't playing, so who will replace Alpha Ego's spot inside of Camp Alpha itself? That will be the big question here. Of course, taking that spot is a double-edged sword. It will favor you if the circle goes there. It will not favor you if the circle goes far away from there, because you have to go through the choke points either on the main peninsula or on the ruins island. So yeah, it all really depends on the circle. As we always talk about the circle inside Sandhawk, it is very dependent on it. Let's see what sort of circle we will get in today's one and only Sandhawk.
Back into, oh wow, that's quite a fast drop coming up from Team Flash. We're back into Sandhawk. We can see a lot of teams seems to be dropping early when it comes to Ken Alpha this time, knowing the fact there's so many circle with so few Sandhawk we played in the previous week as well as this week here. A lot of the circle happen to be comprises of Voltry Island and just favor slightly a bit more around the Camp Alpha. Now Camp Alpha right on top, we do have Team Flash, while Roy and IQOO happen to be very interested on top of our team.
Ooh, yes, we'll definitely see an early fight there. So keep our eyes peeled for that area, ladies and gentlemen. Other than that, I don't think we'll see any further clashes, at least for a drop spot clash. Maybe individuals, but that will be a separate case. We're going to put all eyes onto RRQ now against Roy. And Roy, they're in a position that they cannot lose this fight.
That's definitely true. There's going to be the wild card map where we do know when the teams that don't really have that much of a point here, especially in the case of Roy, if they ended up with a 0 this round, still going to get themselves in the very bottom. Not just that, with a single digit when it comes to the overall ranking. So, but RRQ do find themselves a bit more advantages in this fight, and sadly for teams that are actually competing in Camp Alpha, they have to have a bit of a longer journey here.
And maybe Vampires was my gatekeep teams from Camp Alpha Island, especially Team Flash, might want to come by. But coming back to the fight between RRQ and Roy, so it looks like a trade-off between the two of them. But I noticed that Snape is being picked up right now, but can't say the same for Valak. So it's probably going to be a disadvantage for Roy in this fight.
Valak will be one of the players that actually do make an opening for the team. Everything seems to be them. Always Valak the one who actually make the call for the shots in the very top 5 last-minute stages. But Asar coming up from RRQ, UMP. And Apeko seems to have to finish off Valak in an instant. And speaking of yesterday performance in the last Miramar map, I love the fact that we do have Micro Uzi back into the highlighted weapon for yesterday. Hopefully the case of, I don't think so, not a lot of players going to use Micro Uzis anyway. But at least in Miramar we get to see a couple of Micro Uzis. But DBS is going to be the primary hot weapon to be grabbed by all the players.
Oh, absolutely. Plus, this is Sandhawk and a lot of, well, it's a smaller map and a lot of these small houses, and teams like to surprise each other using the DBS. That's why it's a very common weapon. Like what we can see here, the Xavier, they do have their own DBS already prepared for such a scenario. Don't be surprised if he will be able to see it on every single player in this round.
Now, pretty much I call it the corner cleaner weapon, which is going to be DBS. So it's just point and shoot, clear the corners. If you don't know where and how to pick corners, just go in and just randomly stop shooting with the DBS. Actually the safest technique to make sure that you can stay alive. But for the side of PIGMY, we're introducing them again this week. So for the side of PIGMY, last week they're quite hot in the first few days. the first day of the group stage, and then kind of dropped the ball in the very last minute, and even dropped the ball down into last chance stage here. For PIGMY, there's a lot of redemption for them, and they are one of the teams that actually did not make it through the last week or first week Super Sunday.
Yeah, so if they didn't make it through last week, they need to work extra hard this week. Same principle applies to TODAK, as you can see on screen. So they are going to stick with this lineup: Cleon, Lynx, Real, and Ifta. So it looks like Tam, the original IGL, is not in the lineup for at least game number 1.
I think something's brewing up on that side, so we're gonna have to wait and see whether they have any swaps. Speaking of swaps, and not Creep VIP versus PIGMY. Creep VIP, there's a bit of pond from our earlier interview today. Did that actually hurt their pride and actually affecting their performance? Not sure, because right now they ended up with 0 point for this map.
Oh man, Crit VIP. You blink and you miss it moment, ladies and gentlemen. Just like that, they gave away the points to PIGMY, who is in dire need of points and qualification into Super Sunday. But for Crit VIP, much better performance as compared to last week. 43 points, pretty okay. But if they want to qualify directly, the benchmark, as what we saw last week, has to be 80 points and above. And they have 5 more games to make that happen.
That's true, and for the side of Creative VIP, all the groups coming up from, all the teams coming up from Group C, that's going to be BTR, Red Aliens, RRQ Rio, YOODO Alliance, Creative VIP, FaZe Clan, TIP, and KTD, Xaviers, and Roy. These are going to be the teams that are going to have their last run here today before waiting for the overall rankings of the week number 2 performance, yeah? To see if they can make it through Super Sunday. So they don't want to be that team that wait it out while waiting for Wednesday to finish. Waiting for Friday to finish, which is going to be tomorrow, and will be pushed down in the very last minute not to enter into Super Sunday. So it's so important for them to have the minimum amount of points by the end of today from Group C. Like last week, we mentioned 85 points, pretty much the safe bench to advance.
Yeah, and since today is going to be the last day for Group C, by the end of the day, we will know if they are outside the top 8. Automatically, they will need to play the last chance qualifiers, which is going to happen on Saturday, in order for them to find a way into the Super Sunday for there. And we will also be able to kind of get a gauge of like whether they will have a good qualifier or last chance qualifier on Saturday or not, based on how many points they collected. But of course, the first objective is to get directly onto Super Sunday, and in order to do that, they have to at least maintain themselves in the top 8 before we see what happens tomorrow with Group A.
Speaking of which, for the teams that actually have the Group C, for the teams that are actually in the Group C, I assume they're gonna have to calculate the average amount of point per map they need to gain. It's gonna be like across 6 to 10 points now. They have to make sure they manage to secure at least those number of points to make it up for their loss in day number 1 yesterday, and have quite an assurance when it comes to Super Sunday. In the case of Crit VIP, that's going to be around still 42 points to go for those 85 points. If you put it up 40 points like average, or the safe zone, that's going to be with 5 more maps remaining, divided by that, around 8 to 10 points per map they have to gain for every single map here today.
Yeah, so that's the math there, ladies and gentlemen. Doable, yeah. I mean, if it's like 8 points, all you need to do is you play a little bit safe, and then you collect a few elimination points along the way, and you should be able to make 8 points or maybe 10 points somewhere along the lines. But these two teams definitely not playing it safe, because they're playing outside blue, and it's Xavier and PUBG Esports.
The Xaviers yesterday has been devastating for them, despite they got themselves first place. I think they're trying to execute something. Their mistakes. We had an interview with Lamborghini yesterday, and they mentioned about they had the same mistake multiple times. Is this going to be the same mistake that we actually listened to the interview yesterday or not? Because Nate T just being eliminated by Yummy May, and we do know Nate T has been quite a performer and a formidable player for this season. Next, we do have FaZe versus XERXIA.
Yeah, the two Group B teams here fighting against each other, coming from the same region as well, with Bella DDS. One bullet left, but before he's able to shoot that final bullet, he's taken down. The other members of FaZe Clan up on the high ground, noticed by XERXIA. But don't turn your back on your opponent. Nonsense is actually on the other side.
This is trouble spelling out for FaZe Clan with 2 players knocked down, bleeding out. XERXIA and then down to last one. I have to say, XERXIA, at least they still have warming up to do. This is their first map and first match of week number 2 compared to FaZe Clan. They are down to only today's maps to actually perform. When it comes to FaZe Clan average point, they have to gain at least 50 points. So that's going to be like also similar to Creep VIP, 8 to 10 points per map for their average point distribution to make sure they are safe for Super Sunday.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. At least they want to fight clean against XERXIA. So good start for FaZe Clan coming from boot camp, and they will probably plan to move on to the Ruins Island after this. As for the other teams, YOODO Alliance are doing pretty well. 2 chicken dinners yesterday, something that they cannot complain about. But I'm looking at the elimination feed. Looks like Delay and Boom Esports not done yet, but we'll put focus onto PIGMY now against YOODO Alliance, and it looks on his knees. Not only that, Jimmy OP down as well.
Well, they talked about 1v4 of Olio performance yesterday. Now, can he actually clutch this one out once more? Lucky enough, it's going to be a long-range shot, so nobody actually going in for the rush just yet, so Olio can pick up their fallen members. But the pressure coming out from the side of PIGMY is still tremendously strong, because of now how the rest of YOODO Alliance and Olio cornered up into this particular compound on building. But quite a distance still, so it's going to be okay. And PIGMY seems to be lost their interest towards the side of YOODO Alliance, taking a bit of a rotation at the back.
Yeah, PIGMY is like on the other side of the river, so the most that they can do is just to land long-range shots, and that's about it. Other than that, YOODO Alliance will be pretty comfortable in this building.
That's going to be back of a grating moment between the two teams. They are a bit shy to fight against each other face to face. But then Flash seems to be quite a challenge against side of RRQ. I don't know what happened. It's going to be a bit of a bridge fight. RRQ, they're taking so much of a blue zone. Now this is quite alarming since they only have 2 more players left.
With Napeko bleeding out and about 10% of health left. And he'll definitely go out. And he went out to Batman from Team Flash. Team Flash took 2 points through this long-range shot. Beautifully done by Batman to try to gatekeep RRQ. But as the circle shift, so now Team Flash will need to move. But what interests me actually is that Team Flash had an easy entry past the bridge when I thought that Vampire Esports could have stopped them from coming by.
I assume that maybe Vampire do want to focus more into mid-fight engagement here. So they probably want to avoid themselves from early conflicts. But there's so many choke points, by the way. We talked about the bridge coming up from Camp Alpha, also the bridge towards just around across the Painan area. There's so many choke points that a lot of teams happen to be taking the advantage of bridge camping here right now. In the case of Vampires, they will gatekeep Team Flash. Team Flash gatekeep RRQ. Still going to be a fish wall out there.
Well, I guess the circle will definitely force the Team Flash to move, but they will make the first move against Stone. And Stone is out thanks to Guang. So at least now Team Flash, not only they know that Vampire Esports is behind them, but they also know that they have the man numbers against Vampire Esports. But their next objective is also to try to block out RRQ still. And the longer RRQ stays in the blue, well, the tougher it will be for them.
I agree. Team Flash decided they will have to cross the river early on, just in case RRQ and Vampire will try to cram them down 2 ways. At least they don't have to fight themselves from the blue zone and just focus on one thing at a time. PIGMY, on the other hand, they got himself quite a hefty amount of eliminations early on by eliminating Creep VIP. But back on the side of PIGMY, they're not having those peaceful days too long. Boom Frenzy happens to be nearby, and Yummy made the BBS god that is in this game. Can he do this for the sake of Boom?
Oh, here we go. Dimsy is pretty low. He needs to reload, but Yummy not really taking advantage of it just yet. Dimsy now going up to the 2nd floor, relocates himself. Nicely done. Oh, press out the nade by Yummy. Follow through very, very fast, very, very quick. And now they're going to play dance in the house. Let's see who's going to bring down the floor right now. It looks like Yummy, the DBS king, DBS god, you name it. Gods do bleed.
Yep, Dims actually overtake that title for now. It was a 1v1, but PIGMY quite a hefty amount of players already being taken out, which could be 6 eliminations in their hands, but at a cost, a very daily cost. Down to only one last play for the side of PIGMY. Sam9 has been quiet for early stages, lost UI way early on. Now they're down to 3 players, that is. RIQ, Team Flash are fighting against each other, while RIQ hunting for people down, still taking the blue zone. And next we do have NKT, probably, versus TODAK and Sam9 as well. Might be a 3-way war.
Well, NKT, they need to find a way, whether they rotate somewhere else or they pick the frontal fight. Look at their current position, at least they have the high ground, so frontal fight might not be too bad for NKT. They can still gather information and fight their way through, but oh man, circle's way far away for NKT, and with this size of the circle, they probably don't have much of a choice except to take this fight.
I'm surprised Vampire is actually rotating themselves down south, despite they actually can take ruins early on and leaving it into the hands of Team Flash, which might actually do have a bit of a fair chance of getting those chicken dinner. But back towards the team that quite near towards the blue zone, we do have TODAK versus NKT versus SM9 and versus who else, God knows, because there's so many teams around this corner.
Oh, but that's going to be less one team with RRQ eliminated. But at least they got themselves 5 elimination points together with them. So not too bad at least. Now 30 points in the hands of RRQ. If they want to qualify directly onto Super Sunday, they will need to look for at least 50 more points in the remaining 5 games.
11 teams there is. Tony K spot out Kwang. TODAK taking a bit of safer route, trying to just pace themselves slowly to advance towards the safe zone. The Xaviers trying to shut down Team Flash, which being ambushed at the attack. 2 ways here, quite a threat for Team Flash. The Xaviers and Vampires, both teams seems to be interested regarding the rotation. They kind of stuck themselves in between. I'm not sure if Parjin will try to advance and gain the information where Team Flash actually stand. If that happens, now Vampires and DX, if they move in at the same time, I don't think Team Flash can make it out alive.
Let's see here. I would say that, okay, at least Team Flash, they have 4 players, so they can look at different directions. But looking at the placement of the circle and their location, I guess they need to prep themselves for, in order to move forward. Just to play by the edge of it. But definitely NKT, they need to move further forward because they're on the outside circle. And from one team to another, make that 2 teams potentially they need to fight through.
Sam9, NKT, there's also TALON, just spot out the entirety of NKT. They're quite cornered down to one top of the corner. This is going to be troublesome spell out for the hands of NKT. At least they go slowly advancing forward, but they barely make it to the blue zone and barely get out from the blue zone. TALON on the then reposition himself on those elevations, trying to be in the around the edges, but can he open up the space for the rest of NKT?
Oh no, the God left and right at the same time. Behind him is the blue. And the God will be eliminated. Such a disadvantageous position that he has to deal with. So NKT unfortunately went out without a single point this round.
But for the side of NKT, they're not just NKT in trouble right now. Despite they got themselves quite a triumph of victory just for TALON. They're not done yet. Sam9 happen to be clashing with them when it comes to moving in the same direction. But part ways, knowing the fact they're too close towards the teams of TALON and reposition himself just at the edge of the circle and try to gatekeep TALON from advancing. But if Sam9's not being careful, there's another team watching their backs.
Yes, this is where the circle is this small, everyone is behind you, everyone is looking at you. So always got to keep your backs in check. Just like what Ade Luke and YOODO Alliance have to do as well, because there's one player on the outside tanking the blue, or at least 2 players, in which a YOODO Alliance could be backstabbed if they put too much focus in front.
Speaking of backstabbing, now YOODO Alliance, they want to advance, they want to climb up. They need to move since the bridge is not really safe. But in the meantime, the moment they pop their heads out, FaZe Clan would try to spray them down. Dimsy, the last player of PIGMY, now have to swim close enough to the blue zone, try to just pull himself away from the bridge fight, making sure that he will try to play for the survival game for the sake of PIGMY, but you realize they take another rotation, a bit longer than we expect. Tony K and the rest of Empire scouted out by Gosu.
Well, that is pretty much it for Gosu. Went out to the blue. He had 4 first aids though, but he chose to shoot first and heal up later, but it was a little bit too late for him. And for YOODO Alliance, lost to FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan, wow, 7 elimination points already and still a full squad.
Didn't score any chickens yesterday when it was a red team day, teams day. But PIGMY on the other end, the last player, Dimsy, tried to slowly close the distance. Spotted out Mela. He gonna cook the nade over, but Mela just wouldn't sit quietly. He wants to drop a big one, but quite a difficult task by himself. TODAK will be the last player of TODAK, still quite near to the blue zone. Well, 7-9 finally have to leave their comfort zone. And the one coming up from south, close enough to a sort of FaZe Clan. Now they have to cut across FaZe Clan if they want to be alive for the next stage.
Xavier, Lamborghini knocked down somewhere else. But keep an eye on Brian. He could surprise a FaZe Clan. Kenny knocked by Ventores. Brian now together with Loyu. Brian's doing pretty good himself. I mean, he got 3 eliminations so far. But now he'll toss a smoke to Kenny. Hopefully buy time for him. And maybe Brian might go in for the save. But lucky enough, he's within the circle. So he might want to play the ankle.
Loyu, this is pivotal for the for the side of Sam9. If they can just shut down on Ventores, who's going to be the off angle or the flanker for FaZe Clan right now, giving so much problem for Sam9 to advance it. If they can shut him down, they have a brighter view to get himself into the circle. But the problem is, Mormon just grab away Ventores, decided for the rest of FaZe Clan to reposition themselves and wait it out for Sam9. Sam9 have to face either FaZe Clan or BTR for them to just stay alive and advance later. But lucky enough for them, the circle is still right on top of their safety.
Yes, here we go. Circle is going to close in about 20 more seconds. And this is where all mayhem will let loose. There's one player on the outside of the circle coming in. I believe he survived very, very long in the blue early on behind YOODO Alliance. Hopefully we get a visual of who that player is. But for now, we're sure that Paragin is tanking the blue and playing the healing game.
Real, playing solo, might spot out Luxy, but I don't think he wants to open fire. If he's just a bit too eager opening fire, there's going to be an entire crew of BTR waiting around just to find him back. Onzen still keeping tabs on Loyu and Sam9, but FaZe Clan will try to slowly shut them down. Down to only last player of Sam9 to make it alive and make it through for Sam9. While the same goes, they are on the same boat as TODAK, but it's still quite a distance between FaZe Clan and them. They can pick them up, but Dimsy, before he went down, he still managed to score another elimination.
What interests me is that this is Mela's worst performance so far. No eliminations and he got eliminated. But for the rest of these, oh, Paragin! From the outside of the circle, he still managed to get 1 before he went out. That's a little bit of a bonus for Xavier.
True, 5 eliminations across the board, plus placement points. Vampires also being eliminated next. High shot and high chance BTR versus FaZe Clan for the finale of our Sanok map. But Sam9 Brian's going to give a bit of a trouble. Mormon down in an instant. What a clean execution. But the blue zone is not too merciful to a side of Brian. Victoria is trying to damage control, but BTR from afar make it even scarier for FaZe Clan.
Well, looks like the red team is continuing as BTR who scored the chicken dinner. Easy final cleanup from the Red Alien.
Red Aliens rising for their first map of the day when it comes to day number 2. They had an okay run and quite a brilliant one as well when it comes to their day 1 of week number 2. And today's going to be their last day performing. So we can expect more aggression by having such a great momentum to set the tone for the day of BTR Red Aliens.
So starting their campaign this week with a chicken dinner, definitely something that champions would do. So who knows, BTR? I don't know, but we'll need to wait and see. But this is definitely a joyful moment, not only for BTR, also for the fans of BTR, with Satar definitely the MVP this time.
Leon probably will be one of the first few players that actually being eliminated early, but despite of that, look at Laporte. His damage is 81, received damage close enough, but still scored himself 2 eliminations.
Yeah, still 2. I guess he stole those 2 eliminations away out of the hands of other teams. But anyway, it still went to BTR, can't complain about that. And of course, we got to celebrate the MVP, Sata. 4 eliminations, 609 damage, 179 damage received, 78% team contribution, and a maximum survival time of 21 minutes and 9 seconds. This is one of the shortest Sandbox that we have had.
True to that, maybe due to how hardship of the circle make it so challenging for the players, and also Satar definitely deserving the MVP. His damage output is actually 6 times more than the rest of his teammates. For FaZe Clan, this is actually a good run for them still, despite they lost Miller early on, with Sam9, Xaviers and BTR joining in with our match recap top 4 teams. These Xaviers still consistently getting themselves up there, and Sam9, this is actually a good start for them in week 2.
And it's also nice to see different regions getting up here. But we're going to relive the moment together with BTR's Chicken Dinner.
Now, we do know there's a lot of average of 9 to around 7 eliminations across the board. It means hopefully it won't be a devastating second page later on. But 11 elimination by FaZe Clan, despite they lost Mela early on, still managed to secure so much of their elimination numbers up there with 17 points despite they scored chicken. And Beta being pushed down to second place due to the eliminations and not having too much conflicts in that compound.
Yeah, so playing in the middle and got the circle advantage, waiting for teams to come to them. That also means that their eliminations are not that many. But FaZe Clan, they fought and fought and fought and fought and fought. Hence, they got 11 eliminations. 17 points collected by FaZe Clan. We got 2 teams, so make that 3 teams without any points at this round. So it's a 0 for Roy, XERXIA, and Quick VIP. And out of all these 0-point teams, Roy in the most crucial position.
Quick VIP and Roy will be the teams that in Group C, playing their last day here of the group stage, especially for Roy. This can be devastating. For these Xavier still maintaining, but the gap being closer just a tiny bit, even the YOODO Lions being pushed down. But BTR making sure the distance between them and these Xaviers. Number 1 for DX at 72 points, BTR 10 points gap, which is going to be 62 for them. 8 points gap for YOODO Alliance, pushed down to 3. So it's still within reach up to maybe 6th place, maybe even at 8th place, with all points of 40 from 6 to 8 place here. They're all having a tie.
Yeah, I know, right? We're gonna definitely break that. At some point. But of course, now since we have all the groups at least have played one game, obviously Group B one game, then all eyes will be like who's number 8 onwards. So that will be the main thing for now, at least. So, but don't need to be too worried about some of the teams that are down there, ladies and gentlemen, in case they are some of your favorite teams, because they probably only played one round. So keep an eye on them for the following one.
Speaking of the following stats, we do have gunslingers, not the most out there. We've seen the average of 2.1k damage up to 2.5 or 2.9, the usual. The high end is going to be around 2.9 to 3,000 over. But FaZe Clan, I think maybe because of how fast the circle has been progressing, and also how far the circle hot shifting away from the players, a lot of them are actually being finished off by the blue zone. Hence, the damage output of the gunslingers is not so much as per usual.
Yes, but what is not usual, okay, yeah, I'll simplify that. Well, the red color goes on, which is BTR, coming in with the first chicken dinner today, representing Indonesia, of course. And we are done with Sanhok. We'll roll in 3 Erangels back-to-back after this. And in case you guys didn't follow yesterday, well, all the teams that got chicken dinners yesterday, arguably even YOODO Alliance, they have a red color in them. But we use the YOODO Alliance with the red YOODO logo, that is.
It's all because our producer didn't want to use that one. I'm going to put it on our producer, Higan. It's because of you. If not, it's going to be a red day yesterday. But speaking of the side of these Xaviers, they're still consistent again themselves at number 1 here across the board. But the gap, if you compare with week 1 and week 2, isn't that big of a stretch compared to week 1. It just shows that all the teams start to adapt themselves against all the dynamics across all the maps fighting each other.
Yes, and I think... but here's the thing, right? It is Sanhok. I always give the benefit of the doubt. It's Sanhok. So it's like some teams may have a better advantage, some teams might not, just because of how Sanhok works. But I guess the true test for me will be inside of the Erangel. And if they can, whoever it is, that can score the chicken dinner without having the circle advantage inside of Erangel, that is the team that we need to look out for, especially D-Xavier, when they did it last week on that Super Sunday.
I agree. When it comes to these Xaviers, this week performance, I dare say that they're pretty much trying to balance out their safety points or position points with their eliminations. We don't see them engaging too much in early stage, aside from last week's Super Sunday, of course. But when it comes to this week, they're a bit more later engaging, initiating any fights. Usually when it comes to top 8 or less than 10 teams remaining, that's where they start to open fire. But I think they're trying to fix something that we saw early on, a bit of a rift between the players where Nate happened to be a bit too far off from the rest of the team. But speaking of which, are we having back probably the Indonesia's domination, since they're taking a bit more spaces on the top 5?
Well, this is something that we will need to keep an eye on, because a lot of the big Indonesian teams are here. Let's not forget the fact that PUBGM Esports is back, and also teams like TALON is back as well, and obviously we got BTR still playing here today. And those are big names inside of the Indonesian scene, and they have scored their own chicken dinners as well last week. So yeah, although first round it doesn't seem like boom, maybe not so TALON, maybe not so, but again, it is Sanhok. This is where the real test will begin, and this is where we might see the best coming up from these teams.
Yep. Hopefully one day we have more Sanhok, maybe 2 Sanhok, 2 Mirama and 2 Erangel, who knows. But speaking of Sanhok, I agree, it's kind of a very short map, circle dependent, heavily circle dependent map. So we're heading into Erangel. This is where we get to see the best of certain teams, especially Group B. Will they go for engagement? Will they go aggressive play this week? Or most of Group B teams will actually play a bit more conservative based on what they can learn from these Xaviers?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind though. I think that the one that you mentioned about having 2 Sanhok, 2 Erangel, 2 Miramas, I think that's pretty nice. It's balanced, and we get to see, at least within the day, how the teams adapt to 2 different kind of Sanhoks, especially when it comes to drop spots, partly rotation, but I would say mostly on drop spots. If not, the teams don't really have a chance to work on whatever mistakes that they had earlier on. Just like the whole Hartin thing, right? They probably didn't expect the Hartin thing to happen, maybe, but because it happened in round number 1, they probably want to fix it, but there's only one Sanhok to play, so they can't. And by the time they play the next Sanhok, it's going to be different teams. So I would definitely like to see 2 Sanhok at least in the future.
Yeah, maybe. Or even starting off the day with Miramar map because it's a longer map. Probably it's going to be a bit more slower since everybody's just waking up if it happens to be in the first map. But everybody will go go gun blazing when it comes to Sanhok being the last map because it's a very short one. And that's going to be a bit more wild Sanhok later. If that happens in the future, who knows, right? We don't have any control over that. But just a pitch of an idea for the sake of entertainment in the future. But speaking of next Erangel map, we are looking for Group B here regarding their performance. Will they portray a good performance of their day 1 today?
Well, so far, the team that got the chicken dinner is from Group B. So that's a sign there. It will be interesting to see if the entire day is dominated by teams from Group B, regardless of whichever team it is. It just shows that the theory is right, that Group B is the toughest group of them all. And we'll only be riding on this same group within this week, up until tomorrow, that is, because by the time next week comes, we'll reshuffle the groups again for the final week.
Speaking of the last chicken, BTR just caught himself, just to recap you guys, BTR who got himself the chicken last one, and FaZe Clan got themselves first place due to the elimination numbers, still taking over the chicken team just now, which both coming up from Group C. And FaZe Clan always, they getting themselves at second place. Why is it so hard for them to secure that chicken dinner?
Well, if it's consistent enough, I guess, why not, right? But looks like PUBGM Esports making a swap after game number 1 with Razy replacing Flyboy, and it almost feels like the Boom of before. But of course, that's just the first swap, right? If they continue to make swaps like the game 2, game 3, then I would say welcome back PUBGM Esports.
But I have to say, Flyboy wasn't such a bad choice either. Usually we do have him swapping in and out like second half of the day. Quite early on, they're deploying Flyboy this time. Maybe they have a different strategy or dynamics actually being arranged by the coaching staff behind the scene when it comes to week number 2 here for Boom, since we don't see Flyboy way early. But back to the side of these Xaviers, what are really their plans here that giving such a... I don't know, I did yesterday's interview still being replaying in my mind, not looking at... We've never seen an interview, the players and team actually got themselves number 1, looking so devastated as yesterday.
I know, right? It feels like they didn't win, or they're having a bad day, or what. I don't know. These guys, I'm just thinking on their side, right? Maybe they're thinking like, okay, it's just a chicken, or it's just like the group stage, it's not the grand finals yet. Maybe the grand finals and they perform like this, then yeah, they'll be super ecstatic. But for now, whatever happens, at some point the points will reset anyway, so let's just stay chill about it.
Probably they try to formulate a final strategy that's still trying so hard for them. They couldn't actually adjust themselves towards what they have planned in their minds. I think that's why it's just feels like a wall hitting them, despite they get themselves number 1 right now, because they do know for a fact if they don't try to successfully do the strategy that they really plan to do, it's going to be difficult for them for this Super Sunday probably.
Yeah, let's see. It will be difficult for some of these teams, especially since it's the first sign-off for Group B as well, if they're warmed up or not. Like teams like Sem9, for example, because in the previous round they had quite a tough sign-off. But again, sign-off is an anomaly round. Let's head on to Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 of day number 2.
Blue skies of Erangels lighten up our day here as we march into day number 2, week 2 of game number 2. A lot of 2s in there, but it's going to be the first Erangel of the day. A bit more towards the right side. So far we had very few right side circles. Same goes for the flight path, but I chance we have Gakar again, because yesterday has been a lot of Gakar going.
We had at least 2 Gakars yesterday, so that was the trend for Gakar. If it is Gakar, obviously Xavier will be pretty happy since they normally drop it for Jinky anyway. Very Pure will be interesting because GeekFam is not playing today. So I want to see if Sem9 actually drops back on the ferry pier, despite the flight path is all the way on the right side, or will they go to somewhere else, which is around the area of a shelter or mansion, somewhere around there. That's their alternate drop spot, especially when GEEK Fam took over ferry pier.
Now, speaking of the teams that really in dire need of points, we are looking at Roy, the only team with single digit at the very bottom. Now, we do have the reintroduction of Group B into week number 2 here. So if Roy did not manage to gain so much point, they will be pushed down by the just day 1 debut of Group B.
Yeah, and if they continue to have like around the same amount of points coming into the last chance qualifiers, it's going to be a very difficult Saturday for them. At least for Roy, the circle is on them for now, the first circle, but expect it to be on the main peninsula with this kind of circle, and they need to cut across. Now, the bad news for Roy is that BTR, there are times that they like to play the bridge camping against Roy, and if BTR does that, well, it's definitely not good for Roy.
I just wish they really learned their lesson and tried to find an exit out or alternative route in case of being gatekeep again by all the teams that are waiting on the main peninsula, of course. And there's also the options of boat, which we do know is quite not so popular for certain reason these days. But if they are desperate for Roy, they can actually opt for that route instead.
Yeah, and I guess one of the reasons why the boat is not that popular is because it's very exposed. Like, it does not have a cover, and if you ride the boat, you'll be like obviously like on a flat surface. You'll be an easy target, so maybe that's why it's not that popular. But speaking about popularity, Ventorez, OG and always popular within the Thai scene, and he's our highlight player here, so far averaging 1 elimination every round.
Now back towards FaZe Clan. They want to solidify their Super Sunday. They are in the top 4. But we mentioned about this before, they need to have minimum 85. Why? Now, we do know the case scenario of Vampires. In the last week, the Xaviers who pushed in the very last minute, taking away the last spot of Super Sunday during the group stage. But Vampires secure 80 points, exactly 80 points if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. And because of that, the Xaviers just scored slightly a bit higher. It was 86 points with Vampire last minute push down. They were not playing that day as well, so nothing can be changed. So I think for the side of Vampires, they definitely learned it the hard way. So hopefully they're starting off of their day number 1 here pretty great and get more points. But there's also a lesson learned by the teams that actually already in the top 5 or top 10 here realize they're not still safe either unless they got themselves 85 points and above.
Well, I think every team saw what happened to Vampire last week. It's like, oh man, you thought you're okay, but Xavier had to come by and push them down to the last chance qualifiers, in which they do not have any issue qualifying for the last chance qualifier because of the amount of points that they have already collected. But the whole point is that you still need to spend extra day playing. But for Crit VIP, ooh, they definitely don't want to spend an extra day playing. They will start their first blood against YOODO Alliance.
This Saturday holiday is a wish that all the players and team will look forward to, especially Vampires. Again, I have to emphasize on that. As we mentioned about probably their aim and Saturday will be their off day to go for a shopping day or sightseeing around Thailand. So there's going to be a lot of team that are looking for their Saturday off day, including Crit VIP. Quite aggressive start, quite a good momentum setting up for week number 2.
Yes, and they are doing pretty okay in general anyway, but although it's only one game, right, but I would honestly, for me, I know I talked about like going Sandhawk. It is one of those rounds that, you know, you can, it's very circle dependent and all that, but I think I probably have the same sentiment with a lot of the other fans as well, that we would expect Boom to do a lot more than just 2 points.
True. Because last week, if you compare with the performance, well, Alter Ego is not playing, but we have to emphasize on that because they were dominating in week number 1 for Puma and Alter Ego, and the gap of the, even the points were incredibly quite a high standard. They were in their different world entirely when it comes to the grouping stage week 1. So I don't know what really happened. Is it the teams getting better and start to read out this team's rotation that I have been trying to counterplay them since the start of week number 2, but week number 1 That was a remarkable performance and different world entirely for the Indonesian teams. That seems like they are probably experimenting stuff in week number 2, or maybe just having a hard time to readapt themselves.
Well, if I were to zoom in specifically to Boom, I'll come back to my earlier point on Sanhok being just Sanhok, like that. Yeah, but of course expectations are expectations, and with only 2 points, that's of course a separate conversation altogether. But Boom, one thing interesting is that they made an early swap at this time as compared to last week. A few games before they then swapped in their players, in which Flyboy was the sub last week and he was subbed in later. But this time Flyboy was the starter, but he got subbed out first. So I don't know whether it is because of they see something in Flyboy's personal performance that they thought like, hey, you know what, Flyboy is probably not in the game mode just yet. That's why he's being subbed out, and that's a possibility because there's also a reason why he was a sub last week as well.
That's true. It's going to be internal mystery to be sorted out by the coaching staff and the players as well. BTL versus NKT Spider-10. As per usual, taking the right foot forward, but a bit of fireback from BTL playing around the stats. The deadly step point. And here goes. BTL lost quite a lot of members, knocked down Luxy, the last remaining players, while NKT, Mr. Joe, and the rest of NKT with Spider-10 leading the firepower just now. That eliminates BTL at 0 points, despite just scoring himself the chicken.
Yeah, from hero to zero, literally 0 points for BTR. And where they were when they got eliminated by NKT is also one of the regular checkpoints for BTR. So I guess if like knowing the pattern of BTR, they like to be in this compound with this kind of circle. NKT, they must have done their homework as well, and they're prepared to face off against BTR. The moment they crashed in, it was a quick one. We didn't see them much long on screen, and they were already out. So it probably just shows that NKT, they did the homework.
Yep, they deliberately just ambushed and pushed into it, taking a bit of a challenge for themselves to fight against VTR and CQC, but some of them are resorting to those long shots, including Team Flash on top of Shelter. We might actually have the Medusa intersection circle, probably, while PIGMY is still on the southern side, but never mind that we might actually have maybe Potato Heels of Pachinki for the last few circles. We're going to expect a lot of teams try to park themselves there already.
Yeah, so I want to point out that somewhat this kind of circle, yesterday, Quick VIP scored the chicken dinner. But they changed their checkpoint. If yesterday they took the high ground on the house beside the one that BTR got eliminated, but this time they switch up their strategy to go for a different checkpoint instead. So will it be the same outcome of getting a chicken dinner? Obviously we need to wait and see, but at least it just shows the level of versatility that a Quick VIP has.
Yep. Zerjas, on the other hand, things are going so well for them for week number 1. Mega Mind do have a different mindset entirely, trying to scout out or try pull himself away from the rest of the roster. Probably try to relay some information that he can actually gather some intellectual information for the rest of the team, whether to move forward and just hold their grounds for now. But Mr. Joe, interesting way to park himself. Now out NKT, after they finish off BTR, they're off to a different mission.
Yeah, because I guess the circle shifted towards the middle side, so now this is like almost like not really the end, but maybe just 20-30% in the circle. So that's why they thought like, okay, it's not worthwhile to be there. Let's just move to another spot. At least we can loot and probably give them a better access into wherever the next checkpoint is. And then now in this area, so it's going to be a bunch of fresh loot for NKT, prepping themselves for the next stage of the circle.
They've been a good solid compound to take themselves as a defense as well. When we talked about Warehouse, just their trouble with Warehouse, it's not many covers the moment you try to step out of it. So hopefully they will not stay themselves that long for NKT. Now speaking of another team that make it through last Super Sunday, which is going to be week 1 Super Sunday, PIGMY, with 0 eliminations right now. Will they go for a hunt? Will they try to just play it safe? They're actually at the edge of the circle, so they don't really need to leave. It's still stage number 2. But a high chance that the circle will move away from this compound. They have to figure out and trying to gain as much information regarding who's on the other side of that mountain.
Oh, but look at this. Gathering information. XERXIA got it against NKT. So now all eyes will be on NKT in case they do anything funny. But at least they're in this stage of the circle. Will they get the next stage? There's still a good chance that they might still be in the circle after this. But what I like about XERXIA, they not only have like the 3 players facing NKT, but they also sent out Megamind on the other side just to be sure if any other team were to potentially backstab them.
Speaking of backstabbing, it all depends on the circle. Will it shift away from these guys? And wow, PIGMY definitely be favored here. They got himself those warehouse we talked before, but Jabranki, he's going out of the way. A bit too much advancement from the rest of PIGMY. Quite a risky move by himself. Now Sam might actually spot him out. They're sending 10 over to give him extra support. So it's going to be 2-2 for PIGMY. Never mind it. And reposition himself across 7-9. Do have a bit of a replay. Spider Town, he's just so good at dodging the entirety of the jump, playing the stair game.
Wow, okay, alright, that was crazily insane. And it felt like NKT, they had the position first. But let's put focus onto Vampire Esports with TODAK knocked down by Axel. He's now right in front of him. One player from Vampire, Faith and Low, Misery, simple spray to get it out.
Stone giving a bit of extra fire support at the back, but it's not going to be enough because they do have the off-angle Red FaZe to do the job as well. What a pivotal role just now coming out from Red FaZe. If not, they'll be having some difficulty to spot out Vampire Stone just now. But for Talon, time is ticking and time is their enemy right now. Blue Zone starts to close in. Stage number 3, still forgivable, but at least they got themselves some upgrade of loot around the death boxes of Vampire's player.
0 points for the home team. Ouch, that's now an average of 2 points for Vampire Esports. Definitely not the performance that they themselves would expect. And it was a quick one even from Talon. But of course, fair play to Talon. They are one of the teams to be tipped off as well to perform well. And a good start for them going up against the Thai champions.
Even Talon, who actually starting off their day 1 here today, overtaken Roy, who played himself in the second day here. That's already quite alarming for Roy, but now they're playing a bit more at the moment. We mentioned them, there happened to be some accidents for Team Roy. Task seems to be down by explosion. Misery Talon while migrating. Batman caught the glimpse of them and just sprayed crisply and not even whiffing too much.
Nice! It's long-range spray, but Axel gotta be careful from the back. It is going to be Youngty who knocks him down, and Batman will be knocked as well. Axel will be taken out of the game. Team Flash to be able to recover their teammates, but before that, they have to finish up the job because PUBG Esports is here.
It's going to be less than 20 seconds here. Boom need to migrate. The put on the heels of Pachiki will not be safe anymore. And the teams that are fighting, in which are going to be 3 teams over this compound, will not be favored at all. It's going to be a loss. No benefit for the teams that overstay themselves and overextend this fight as the circle shrinks even further. PIGMY try to get the prime spot. But look at NKT, they're being very wise, taking the coastline instead. Last time we saw this kind of circle, FaZe loved this area where NKT stands. But FaZe coming up from left side might a bit later by Talon versus Team Flash. This is going nowhere, way too deep in the blue.
And you can always count on Red FaZe. You don't need to give him the visual of your opponent, but he's still able to land that nade. Nicely done from the lower ground. But now Red FaZe need to come out of the blue. And let's see if he's able to survive that. But for Talon, not only Red FaZe, there's also another player that's still alive together with him. PUBG Esports migrated from the Potato Hill. Pondbit knocked somewhere else.
No mercy, gatekeeping Young. You cannot go out from that compound. Himself a buggy, but the other side is also people shooting. RQ just cornered them left, right and center, spreading out thin between themselves. RQ secures the eliminations against a Team Flash just now. But next we do have FaZe Clan. Have a glimpse of Nyoru. Boom raise it down on the ground. And that's going to be the last player standing for Boom, still running about.
Yeah, with Yummy knocked down. I wonder where the last player of Boom is. Okay, we should get a visual soon. Okay, there you go. It's going to be Frenzy. Now with Asa surrounding him. The smoke gave his position away. Asa now sees him clearly. Frenzy now tries to fight back. But look at how rough the terrain is for Frenzy. It's good hard for him to run around. And there you go. 1 nade to rule them all. Boom Esports. Same situation as Vampire. No points.
Yep, and this is going to be the elevations terrain FaZe can actually use, but the problem is they're running out of men. 2v4 against RQ. FaZe decided, never mind, I go back, try to get on my buggy, probably. In the case of FaZe, they need to reposition themselves. They're not in the safe zone either, while RQ will gatekeep them. So our FaZe decided, I have to go in the safe zone first, but which way to go? There's so many teams comprised on top of those elevations of ground, which can see FaZe any time to explode now.
Ooh, I'm holding my breath. I'm holding my breath. I'm holding my breath now. Oh, FaZe. Oh no, FaZe. No!
Boom. That's it. In the hands. It's in the hands of the Xaviers, the number 1 team right now. Of all the teams, the point goes to probably the Xaviers. Maybe I missed the kill feed just now, but from the PAM to the fire, FaZe don't have anywhere to go. Next is gonna be RRQ, how to get into the circle.
Well, if there's any good news for TALON, that's not going to take some points. I mean, with the tough circle that kept running away from them, that's not too bad. But for Roy, they need to have a great round. So far, 1 elimination point for them, and they have XERXIA right below them. It's just that one of their players still on the outside circle, but with the others inside of it, there should be an entry point that's not too bad for him.
Let's put it out. Megamind, Nate dropped down. Tusk, he's been knocked down early on, but managed to be revived by the teams. But XERXIA kind of cornered down by Roy and TODAK and YOODO Alliance at the same time. They happen to be in the center of attention right now. As the circle shrinks, who will be favored? These Xaviers still in the center, despite it's not really too far from the initial drop spot. So this is going to be them taking the small shack, while Roy trying to cleaning up the mess of XERXIA across the street. Spotted out even TODAK.
That's exactly the storeroom that Quick VIP stood yesterday against the BTR. And BTR was in the same position as Roy. But this time, Roy will not let the team in that storeroom go. They're going to go in for a frontal fight. And here we go. Nate relies it to the storeroom. That is it.
That's one. Another one to go. But TODAK also giving away their bodies towards the rest of Roy, which the one that need the points. But the problem with Roy, every effort they put into getting those knockdown always been stolen by some other teams. They put so much damage output out there, but can they just make sure that they can seal this one off to complete execution? Can they finally deliver?
If only the smoke is not there, then Tusk might be able to aim the window in from the side at least. But looks like he will just, try his luck. Toss the nade to the back of this storeroom. Megamind got slipped down to 50% of health, but they finally got it, and RNJ will be on his knees.
It's not done yet. Megamind will counter fire and counter nade as well. While they do look at TODAK, and that's going to be Roy taking some eliminations across the board. 4, 5 right now as they finish off the entirety of XERXIA and TODAK. But XERXIA, sadly, at least they got 1 elimination, but sadly they have to place themselves quite low down there with no position points. FaZe, no eliminations. Next is going to be Naked Law, RQ, and Sam9.
Beautiful nade across onto Brian, and now leaving Loyu alone. No Mercy will come in as well, but they also need to pick up one of their knockdown teammates. But before that, they want to finish up the job against 7-9. Loyu managed to pick up Brian. Kenny is still down. At this moment, Loyu will hold the front. Brian not killing up just yet. Snape spraying into the smoke, not able to hit the target. Loyu still with smoke, helping him to cover himself from his opponent. That is RRQ.
And in the hands of Loyu, the nade might be cooked later on, but with 2 left, he barely got enough to just put out the defense towards the side of Sam now, but RIQ are on the ground and the Pego coming in, spraying, and just one tap finish off, spotted how low you. Sam 9 surrounded, left, right, center, and now have to bow out, but at least they scored themselves 3 eliminations. RIQ, they need to reset quickly, because now we also have to focus on NKT versus Roy. Now, can Roy score more? At least they hit the double digit here.
Well, Varlock, speaking about hitting, he hit the target who showed up right in front of him. NKT, 2 active players left. Mr. Joe, one of them, triple F with a grenade elimination across, and Mr. Joe tosses his own nade as well. But unfortunately, still, for Roy, what a tough circle it was for them, and they got taken out by NKT.
And that was their best run just now across week number 2 so far. Still got quite a number of eliminations compared to day number 1. Way more for just now this one singular map that they perform here. Still a good progress, but next we have to focus for the circle that shrinks straight into these Xaviers. They are so good at predicting and reading out the circle pattern for these Xaviers.
Yeah, and so far, in the middle of the circle, that's how they're going to play this round. And good anticipation by Xavier. They have been there for quite a while, I noticed. And that was also the spot where Good VIP got the chicken dinner as well. So maybe that's a sign that this could be Xavier's round.
NKT pressuring towards YOODO Alliance. Now these Xaviers, if they're still unhappy regarding if they got themselves this chick, I don't know what else to say. Like honestly, they played brilliantly when it comes to rotation and the position according to the circle pattern. But if they're still upset, I don't know what else can cheer them up. PIGMY on the other hand, they're having themselves a good momentum of the day with no elimination sadly, but RQ scored himself 10 with 4 players still well and alive. Now that's a scary sight to see. Will Crit VIP shut down on their rampage run of RQ?
Oh, I wonder which is scarier now. Crit VIP's position or RRQ's position, both of them on the outside. Crit VIP are arguably closer to the circle. They could probably still move in a little. And yeah, I guess they'll be fine now. For now, that is. But they probably need to be aware of the presence of RRQ that might crash into them because they want to clear their sites. And RRQ seems to be kind of interested.
Definitely they are interested. They never go out or just bow down from any fights. They want to go for more. You challengers, we're going to take it. Got on there then, dropping a golden nade. That's going to be a Gobi. Well, scores another. They got a discount for today. But who exactly shooting them from behind? YOODO Alliance. We're secure by NKT. How they look is down. I think it's pretty much clear coast for the GOT and NKT. They will advance. They get more. You got 9 eliminations and so many zeros on the board.
Yeah, and well, RQ's 10, that 0 does not count. Just for the benefit of everyone. But RQ, they can definitely still add to the point count since they still have a full team. And coming from the outside circle, the opportunities are definitely there. For Xavier, that's the kind of like the offside. You stay in the middle, everyone else is by the side. You don't get many chances of securing eliminations. But with the points that they've already collected, it's not going to be a big issue for them. If they can score the chicken dinner, they will be above 80 points easily.
I feel like the chicken dinner is going to be the aim and the main objective for the side of these Xaviers for week number 2 here. Since they are playing the center, they cannot open fire too much because they will be rammed down by all the teams and really cornered down. And KT spotted out RQ, who's trying to advance himself, but RQ in between these Xaviers and PIGMY at the same time. RQ just attracting too much unwanted attention out there.
Well, at least they got into the circle. But another team that's attracting attention now is going to be VIP, attracting NKT from afar. The good news for them is that NKT is way across the road. So for NKT, they won't be crashing into VIP. As for PIGMY, also in the same position as NKT, looking down on the RRQ. While Xavier is having a good time in the middle.
Jabranki just shoot himself way out of the way of PIGMY down there. Nobody can actually save him. Dimsy on the way to revive him back up, but the pressure from RRQ, it's super massive. Look at these shots coming in with Bill also bleeding out. Crit VIP, both of them running into the same direction. They're kind of, I think, a bit of miscommunication. Everybody tried to save each other out. They're carrying their members out of the blue zone first. Well, no mercy, keeping the taps towards the side of Crit VIP alongside with his members. But PIGMY also won a bit of RRQ. Why go putting so much effort when you can actually just be the third party from the side?
Yeah, and why put so much effort if you could potentially go on the vehicle? But hey, it's a little bit more satisfying to hit your target. But PIGMY, here we go! And Asa taken down by the nade of the Beko, by the nade of PIGMY, and that is it. I mean, RRQ, only 2 players left without the circle. Not much they can do now.
They don't plan to go for the chicken. I assume they just plan for those eliminators. RRQ, they are the team with one of the highest frag across the board, but without any chicken yet. RRQ, No Mercy, and Snake were taken out, and that's the entire crew being eliminated. We're down to the top 4 teams, with these Xavier still not taking actions yet.
Now they will be forced into action because 2 teams coming towards them. They're definitely trying to defend their ground, while the 2 teams that we can see on the street, VIP as well as PIGMY, will try to cancel each other. Putra tries to hit his target, but the terrain is not helping him.
Putra with an AK and 50 bullet in reserve. On Great VIP, will they score one with 3 players left? PIGMY and KT and DZavier still having a full squad, but despite of that, the one that actually active for DZavier is only 3 of them. Paragen is down as well, only 2 players left for DZavier. The bombardment coming from PIGMY, left, right, center, cornering down to square one.
Go.
Nade, and that's gonna be Nate, naded by Nate. Paragen and the rest of DZavier now with Nate with no more hand grenades. There's gonna be Dimsey versus the rest of DZavier, which is going to be Shadow. That is the last player standing. While PIGMY dominating right now with 5 eliminations across the board. All they need to do is just finish that one last player, Shadow!
Well, surprise, surprise, they didn't expect Shadow to still be at the storeroom and came out to wipe out the other few members of PIGMY closest to him. And because of that, DZavier is still in the game.
DZavier saved by the grace of PIGMY's situation here right now. Well, NKT, I have a feeling they have a shot scoring themselves this chicken right now. Mr. Joe definitely happy with 12 eliminations in the hands of NKT. What a formidable team here they are today. But Great VIP and PIGMY and DZavier 1-1-1 versus full squad. The numbers don't lie.
Line of man is looking good for NKT and nice spray. But got to eliminate PIGMY with 6 elimination points. 2 more teams to go. And KT, it's all in the bag for them.
Shadows playing with his own silhouette amongst the smoke right now with Iron Pro across him. These Avies, can they spot Iron Pro? There's gonna be Nate flying over these Avies as then. Iron Pro in the same boat as Shadows. And we can see Spider 10 already open up the angles, trying to make sure there's nobody else from the flank side. Might actually spot out Iron Pro just now.
Looks like Spider 10 don't know that Iron Pro is there. He's calling towards Spider 10's position now. But a lot of focus on the shadows. He does have the circle. And the volley from the god will take him out. And that is it. And KT, no way they can follow this. They know where Iron Pro is at right now. Iron Pro plays over the blue. Shows himself. It's a matter of whether you deny the point or not. But the answer is no. And then KT
be triumph and dominating as well the start of day number 2, week number 2 here. And KT, yesterday we can call it a bit of a luck with Mr. Joe scoring those Sunhawk map chicken, but today definitely it has been a great team play coming out from their performance.
Yeah, and red is the way, ladies and gentlemen. And KT representing the home ground team scored the chicken dinner. And how many eliminations did they get? A lot. Let's be sure of the numbers right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's 14 eliminations for NKT. Nicely spread across all the players.
Well, everybody been pulling their weight with the most damage output coming up from the side of Mr. Joe. Well, Mr. Joe never disappoints us with how he plays. That's why you can see his posture and his pose pretty much always prepared for the MVP pose there. With 90% of damage distribution towards the headshot. But when it comes to damage, it don't really tally up with elimination numbers, but they still do their work and they still win themselves the chicken.
Arguably one of the most catchy IGNs around, Mr. Joe, MVP again. Yesterday when he got the chicken dinner, because of that very weird scenario, Mr. Joe was also the MVP. And besides NKT, we also have to have RRQ up here. They got a lot of eliminations, exactly 10. DZavier, who lasted very, very long as well, up here. And PIGMY joining up the fray here too.
PIGMY having a better start than last week. A bit more aggressive play compared to last week. I think it's up and down, but here comes the replay and highlight. Now NKT scores their chicken of the day.
Well, that just shows, ladies and gentlemen, they had to work a lot during the early stages. Started off by picking out a BTR and fought their way through into the final circle. NKT, 24 points collected by them. Other than that, RRQ and Xavier up there as well. Together with PIGMY as the double-digit club up here. But what's interesting is that TALON, who needs placement points when you got 7 elimination points?
That's kind of true. Sometimes it's all about the numbers. Doesn't matter how you play, but the one that quite concerning with the numbers is going to be FaZe Clan. Boom! Vampires and BTI, and this feels a bit awkward. These are the powerhouses of respective regions and big names out there. They didn't score anything for their first round of the Wrangle in day number 2.
Yes, and the funny thing is that Boom, Vampire as well as a BTR scored the 0, and they are teams who have been champions in their respective countries before. But nevertheless, it's all about the overall points collected, and a BTR who has already played 8 matches is kind of okay up here with 62 points. But for NKT, this is only their 2nd season at this stage of the tournament, but they are already challenging some of the top teams.
A lot to be learned by the rookie team of NKT that got coming in this season way stronger than the last one. Such improvement, such growth being displayed here. When it comes to the second page, now be a bit less critical because there's some teams just starting off today here as day number 1. Roy slowly advancing towards the second, I would say third page in this case at 18th place. But if you compare with the teams just start playing here today, they should know the fact that PIGMY overtaken the rest of Group B starting off just now.
Well, if there's any silver lining to Roy, at least they got a double digit. But our head-to-head, we're going to compare the ever-entertaining Mr. Joe against Nubeko, who was once the top Terminator in PMPL Southeast Asia back in the day. 7 eliminations for Nubeko. Wow, 7 out of 10 for RRQ. That is insane. And of course, Mr. Joe coming out with 3 for himself.
Now, just to remind you guys, the Pick is still the top terminator when it comes to most eliminations for this season as well at 12 eliminations. That's going to be the record holder for the summer split season. And KT scored the average damage, like we mentioned, the average of 2.4. So it's going to be a decent amount still. But if you compare it with RRQ, 1.9, a lot of 1.9. But Roy, despite having a rough start at day number 1, day number 2, definitely very different. But we're back to it, the red here, Cloud.
Yep, 2 reds back to back. BTR and NKT, ladies and gentlemen, and one from Indonesia and one from Thailand. Yesterday we saw every region getting at least one chicken dinner on the board. So far we're still on track with a different region getting chicken dinners here. But we're going to come in on to our third Erangel, or second Erangel today, game number 3, before we head on to an extended break here, and we'll come back for the second half of the game. Now, if we were to look at the teams of Group B, who's red is TALON and maybe Boom, but if you compare the both of them, TALON is obviously doing better than Boom.
I agree. It feels like Boom dropping the ball compared to how they were in week number 1, and they are the defending title of the championship here because they just scored themselves they definitely got themselves the championship of the last season's league and last season PMSL Grand Finals too. Now there's definitely going to be a lot for them to defend and a lot at stake here for Boom if they start to drop the ball, and if they didn't make it through the Super Sunday this weekend or this Sunday, there's a lot of question mark regarding their tactical and when it comes to the team lineup here this weekend, week number 2.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't make it through, even directly, then there will be a lot of questions for sure. But if you look at the team that challenged them the most last week, Alter Ego, they're still as consistent this week as well. So, Boom, I don't know. Definitely it's worrying. I know we're only in game number 2 for Boom, and there's still a lot of games for them to go because they just started their campaign today. But still, it is Boom Esports, and the expectation is a little bit different than some of the teams.
Whilst Xavier has been consistently getting himself quite a decent amount of points to maintain himself in number 1, I think they're pretty much almost at the same zone where at the safe zone where we talked about 85 is going to be the benchmark points minimum to have the insurance of getting themselves in the Super Sunday this week. They are just 2 points away from 85 points. All they need to do is just be consistent with their every single map to get at least a couple of points is going to be okay for them. But the other teams that still in Group C on the other hand, other than Roy, who happened to be in the worst position that is in Group C that's playing here last day, I think the rest is pretty much stepping up the occasion with their performance.
Yeah, I do agree. Anyone else other than Roy, they're doing pretty okay. Now, whether they go directly to the Super Sunday or not is going to be the other story. But at least if they don't, they set themselves up well enough for the last chance qualifiers, because you'll be carrying together the same amount of points collected over the 2 days played in group stage. And if Roy continues to only have less than 20 points, and then everyone else has a starting point of 40, 50 points and above, it's going to be real scary for Roy to miss 2 Super Sundays.
I mean, it's not the end for them yet. Yes, we do have the last chance stage, but like how you mentioned before, the points will be carried out through the Saturday as well, where it's going to be a big disadvantage if they have such a huge gap to fill later on to play the catch-up game on the last stage chance for the teams actually at the very bottom. So they should have the mindset knowing the fact, okay, we need at least to have a more comfortable position to start for our last chance stage later on Saturday, despite they did not manage to get into the Super Sunday, because it's not the end yet, even though they got themselves at the very last position.
Yeah, so regardless, however it is for them today, every single game still matters for them until the final game, because they want to set themselves up as best as possible for the Saturday last chance qualifiers, in which if we were to be realistic based on their current performance and also the amount of points collected, I think Roy, they need to plan for that.
True. It's all about the plan B, C, and there's so many alphabets, so your plan should be according to the alphabet depending on the situation. PIGMY, despite they got quite a decent round just now, they're definitely not cheering, knowing the fact they can actually do more. Now, PIGMY is going to be one of the rookie team, like how we mentioned regarding NKT. So they definitely have huge potential. If you compare it with last season, PIGMY has been brilliant. But this season, you can see they are striving, but it's not their best performance yet.
Yeah, not yet. And I don't know. It is still day number 1 for them. And they obviously had a longer break as compared to Group A and Group C. So let's see if they can come up with something real quick because the games are running by. And for a team like PIGMY, it'll be interesting to see if they can actually get the top 8 directly into Super Sunday. It will be a big statement if they can somehow come up with something big to have that happen. But speaking about something big, Tam, the big man for TODAK, is back in the lineup. So they got their original IGL in for the next round.
Now, TODAK definitely have a lot to offer. We've seen them before, but just now we don't see them engaging so much, initiating any fight. Most of the fights is due to they were being pressured into it, forced into those battles. So usually the case of the teams that being forced into battle instead of them taking the initiative to start it off never ends in a good win. That happens to YOODO last week, where they changed it so much, having the mindset of we need to start things off, but we need to make something, they're waiting something to happen. It actually gives such an improvement. Hopefully that's going to be the same case for TODAK here.
Yes, because it has been a tough round for them. But understandably, the circle, if we base out of the Irango match, it went away from them. But if you see that NKT could still score the ticket dinner despite the circle not being there, then there's almost no excuse then. So TODAK really needs to buck up because as comparing them and NKT, NKT has a lot of points now. And also the fact that TODAK did not make it into last week's Super Sunday, TODAK, they need to step up the gas.
Speaking of stepping up the gas, same goes for the side of Empires, even though we can see they're happy and jolly all the time. But it feels like when it comes to South Asia, there's always a big question mark. Why is the Vampires having such a hard time in the Southeast Asia League and Championship? But Samurai also making a bit of a progress here as well. But can they have better performance that they can offer to us in the second Erangel of the day, or map number 3? Let's fly back to Erangel.
We're back in the Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, but this time it's going to be a different flight path. We'll start off from Starboard instead, heading down to mid to the base, though on a pretty similar site on the right side of the map. But that might change some of the drops for the teams, and especially for teams who like to drop a Yasnaya, both TALON as well as Team Flash. They will have the chance to drop way earlier. But speaking of drop way earlier, Vampire Esports. This time they're going to take the northern side of Starboard Kameski. The fact that PEA is not playing, so the place is vacant for them.
But it's all down to Circle Clan as always, and it has been quite a number of, I wouldn't say 100% sort of Pochinki Circle, but nearby or Pochinki outskirts Circle has been quite the trend for week number 2 so far. If you compare with last week, we do have a bit of a different pattern of circle, slightly towards the left or the right side. It's so hard for us to have a right side, but last time we had them Lipovka, that was a difficult one as well.
Yeah, Lipovka all the way to the end, and that's where Xavier got the chicken dinner, and that was an insane chicken dinner as well. But speaking about Xavier, right, I'm looking away at some of the stats on the left side of the screen. 10 average elimination points for Xavier, and everyone else is 7 point something below. That is a huge gap between them and everyone else in terms of at least consistency.
True. But the X, we don't see them putting themselves into action so much. We definitely see them. It's so different if you compare it with last week and early yesterday, which was literally day number 1 of week 2 here. There's a change of pace for the Xaviers, how they actually play the game. I feel like they really want to be excel in eliminations and position. Right now they're trying to focus more towards the positioning than their eliminations, so they can actually find the final solution that works and comfortably well for the rest of the roster. But it's just tough sometimes if you want to get both up there to be excel in both elimination and also positioning, unless you want to go aggressive like how IQOO to play, they will try to consider like the chicken dinner is going to be a bonus, but they will go for the frags. They will go demolishing all the teams from behind. If they got themselves a chicken, that's going to be an extra 10 points. If not, they still score themselves at double-digit eliminations.
How I see it for Xavier is that, and you pointed out right, for the past few days, or including last week even, the way they have played is very different, very versatile. And they are just showing that, okay, they can play in the middle of the circle, and they can play for the outside of the circle, they can play from, you give us the top circle, we'll fight our way through, they know how to scout it out. You give them the circle, they don't need to go into the middle, they can play from the sides, they can play in all sorts of scenarios. And this is just Xavier showing how versatile they can be. Now, the advantage of that is that the other teams, as much as they want to try to take out the top tier or try to learn from the top team, it is hard because you wouldn't know what Xavier would do. If I were to take in comparison, like some of the teams who are pretty same in terms of how they execute stuff, and we talked about this in length yesterday, which is PEA. Nothing wrong about that, but of course it's down to how you execute things. And Xavier, they are showing that they can definitely execute things in many different ways.
I think the biggest issue, if we want to play a bit more conservative in terms of like, if we compare Xavier's and PEA's performance here right now, the counterpart of it, probably the trade-off here, it's going to be teams starting to realize how you rotate, if it's going to be the same sort of rotation. But this is going to be the perks that these Xaviers have over PA. PA, that's where the issues start to be a bit more difficult for them. Easily being predicted by all the teams. Very predictable indeed when it comes to the rotation. Compared to these Xaviers, they are very flexible and versatile, like you mentioned. Their rotation, despite so far away from the circle, they still managed to squeeze in into the center and not be the same sort of rotation like how PA displayed before. It might be some advantage towards their side for these Xaviers to be read out by the other teams out there. But like I mentioned before, the trade-off for these Xaviers still, there'll be some teams start to predict when it comes to stage 3 or stage 4, these Xaviers always in the center. So we know there'll be these Xaviers in the center. So they'll try to rush and deliberately try to force the fight for these Xaviers as compound.
Yeah, so one thing about these Xavier, right, whether they want to play in the middle or play by the side, and if any team were to try to learn from them, is that these Xavier has high gun skills. Like everybody can shoot, everybody can gain elimination points. Like they're not too dependent on like that one player to shoot for them. And if they can have that, everything else can be worked out. Like rotations, you can kind of work out because yeah, you have a lot of scenarios to consider. But if you have like the gun skills, then you can play from the outside, you can play from the middle, you can do all sorts of things if you have that as a very solid baseline.
I agree. Firepower-wise, the Xavier is probably one of the most balanced one. Not the most aggressive, but when it comes to things that really matter, they can actually execute and deliver. But it's just sometimes we can see the rift between the players, the communications, they're not really trying to work things out. We can see they're striving and trying to get to in the same page for all the players, but for TODAK Real, that's going to be an easy execution by BTR.
Yeah, so looks like as much as TODAK would like to switch things up with new IGL, but unfortunately caught out with the rotation of the players eliminated. That is Real, one of the newer players for TODAK. Not so new for Tam though, because they played together before. But then again, yep, TODAK, another tough start for them.
At least they still have some players. I mean, like, trio is still doable if they want to gain eliminations here. But if they're down to 2 players, I have to break it down that it's almost impossible for them to have the double-digit eliminations, but still doable if that one particular player, like we've seen, usually we've seen this case is going to be coming up from Red FaZe or IQOO and Peko between these players. Like if they are solo and they don't have anybody else, they're the type of person or the type of player, they still try to take eliminations from the side despite they are alone.
Yeah, so let's see if that continues to work out for them, because it's it's a very interesting situation to be in. It's just like what PIGMY right now is having an interesting situation with Sem9. And I guess this happens because Sem9, they went to Peripheral and they took over the spot where normally GEEK would be at. And they had the mindset of like, oh, PIGMY comes from mid to the base, so why not we do the bridge camp here? And PIGMY, lucky enough, they were aware of the presence of Sem9. So PIGMY, what are they going to do? Go straight in? Probably not. They might turn around.
Bridge camping is going to be one of the toughest one to migrate for PIGMY. Low, you're waiting on the high ground. They definitely tracked it over, but them did knock down. A bit of a trading done. Next, Low, you still on those high ground of bridges. On the top of it, air will burn off. The one that we knocked down, jump, and it's gone. Billboard, what a spray just now spotting out Low you.
But oh no for Sem9. They were in pole position, but now they're falling apart. But at least they managed to trade off back with the members of PIGMY. But one of the members of PIGMY now being picked up as well. They might have the numbers against Sem9, despite Sem9 setting it up against PIGMY first.
Yuhai coming up from the sidelines. Kenny as well trying to do some damage control and revive their teammate, which is going to be Brian. But Yuhai have to be the pivotal player in this case right now. He's the one who have the elevations, can see a clear view to his PIGMY players. But the Blues really giving so much pressure for him to wrap things up quickly. He doesn't have first aid, but he's putting his life on the line. And now Yuhai just missed your break. He managed to finish on one player of PIGMY, but 2 and 3 still remaining of PIGMY side.
Oh no, Brian now all alone in front. No space to run. And that needs sent by Billboard. At least he did not pick out Brian. So Sem9 with a nice opening from Kenny from the side to take out one member of PIGMY. So Sem9, they could potentially still get maximum points out of this before they migrate.
Speaking of migration, they still have such a long journey. 2 kilometers, over 2 kilometers away from the circle just now. They're still not wrapping things up. They're forcing it down. Both teams don't have any health utilities here. It's going to be a lose-lose, but Jabranki next, Kenny, making sure he can get those knocks. Billboards, a bit long shot from those DBX from below. Upward, Kenny and the rest of Sem9 quickly looting up, but I don't think any of the players of PIGMY have enough health utilities as well.
I'm counting right now. Okay, Kenny, 2 first aids, 1 med kit. Not too sure about the rest. But since we're at stage 2, they should still be able to cut across. So, gotta give it still to Sem9. It looked like at some point they were about to drop the ball, but they managed to recover themselves and took out the PIGMY. And PIGMY only managed to score 1 point out of Sem9.
Speaking of the other teams that's not really in the blue zone fight, hopefully they can survive long enough, but they are the only teams that's still in the blue zone for Sem9 and KT. It is definitely going to be them having a bit of a hype based on their last game performance. Spot it out, Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe do kind of love playing himself away from the team to just gain himself some intel regarding the rotations of the other teams. Way far into Yasnaya Poliana, Mr. Joe, a bit separated, but YOODO Alliance do play themselves some elevations as well. Might try to spot out the teams that's migrating. We do see one team across flags just now, but I'm not sure where they're at currently.
Okay, but what we're sure is that now TODAK will be playing with 3 players, and they have been rotating for the longest time. Looks like they might play the more passive role in this stage. Maybe that's also affected by the fact that they lost 1 player early. But look at the elimination feed. Both teams got the chicken data before this. NKT and BTR traded blows with each other.
Now circle will shrink, and it's going to be FaZe Clan in the center. These Xaviers, no problem, entering from the left side or west side of the circle. A clear path indeed on top of Roshok northern side. Now these Xaviers, the only contender they have, it's going to be only one team for now. Not many teams coming up from the left, but the others is quite a clustered up from the south and also the right side of the circle. We still have 15 teams intact by the way, Cloud. This stage number 2, a lot of teams will bump into each other early on.
Yeah, it will be exciting at stage 3, 4 onwards with the amount of teams still available. BTR still not letting go of NKT yet. NKT on the outer side, while BTR still within Yasnaya. But I would expect BTR to make the rotation soon, since they would also expect that they do not get the next stage of the circle. And if they do come out of Yasnaya, NKT will be interested to revenge against BTR.
Why not? They have a shot at it, but spotted out. Schwaps are coming up from Vampires. Triple F. Reposition himself, but this can be a nice value for him to take covers. So he doesn't want to leave just yet because quite sort of a deep trench in there for Triple F to just take covers. But there's going to be the only solution to fish him out is going to be tossing those mollies and hand grenades. While Team Flash migrating across the northern side of a map, which is going to be around Severny right now. XERXIA on the other end. Mega Mine still quite far from the circle, but I don't think there's a lot of contender on the northern side. But not the same case for Sem9.
Yeah, they rotated from the bridge all the way to the north side of Rozok just to bump into another team, and that's going to be Boom Esports. Both of them to be fairly familiar with this area because Sem9, at least back in the day, they normally like to drop around Severny, and obviously for Boom, they always like to drop around Rozok. So this area should be familiar to them, like the back of their hand. And for Sem9, knowing that they do not have low U with them, they will play the more passive role of being in the cyber tower.
Now, YOODO Alliance fighting back, bit of a counter fire, but I Am Pro managed to have a bit of a trade between Creep VIP and YOODO Alliance. Seems like it's going to be round 2 for them. Last map and this map, but we do have a new contender. TALON is there as well. Three-way war. YOODO Alliance happen to be the one that being sandwiched between between TALON and also Creep VIP. Now there's going to be a lot of bombardments, a lot of nades being tossed around to the side of YOODO Alliance, being cornered up left, right, center. I'm not sure if even IQOO wants to join in here. If they happen to be joining in from the back now, that's going to be super fun.
Yeah, these two teams, they got to be aware of, it's not only about them. There's also another team up north, and if you look on the minimap, from the right side, it's BTR as well. They could potentially come in as the third party. Circle time, maybe going up. There you go, all the way on the south side on the Severny, and that means everyone on the main peninsula will need to migrate up north.
Migration is going to be a very messy one, depending on the timing. Do they select it a bit more later or a bit more sooner, or happen to be just moving in the same direction at the same time? You do Alliance spotted out IQOO, who happens to be scouting the information of what the gunshot's all about early on. But TALON still holding the positions. Team Flash taking out one of the highest regard key players of Empires. Tony K on the ground knocked down, so I assume there's going to be a long shot coming up quite a distance, so there's no more follow-up from that knockdown before. But Roy, I don't think there's anybody there, Valak.
Yeah, probably just to be super duper sure that nobody shows up. Okay, he could spare a couple of bullets, he's fine. But they definitely cannot spare a couple more points. So Roy, this time around they're playing safe. They're staying away from the other teams on the left side of the circle. On the right side of the circle, NKT and BTR. We kind of know that this is bound to happen.
The GOT can see a couple of nades flying. He might actually spot out BTR players from the back. Lapard is going to be a tragedy for BTR if they're not spotting out the GOT. He's the one will change and turn the game over towards the side of NKT if BTR not being extra careful about their approach towards this fight. Great VIP still firing on the other end against the other team. Lapard knocked down. The GOT make it through that. It wasn't even a breaking a sweat moment for NKT. Next it's going to be Triple F trying to be flushed down by BTR members.
Oh, BTR now only Luxy and Satar left. And Satar, okay, he's closest to his enemies. Being shot at by the GOT. Satar managed to navigate around the terrain. Try to cut across. Should be A-OK. Now Luxy's turn. Luxy showing himself and his fire as well. This is just the brilliance, the experience shown by the two members of BTR.
NKT down to 2 players. BTR as well, having 2 casualties on the side. A heavy one for both NKT versus BTR just now. But YOODO Alliance, the last player remaining. Oh, Leo now swimming for his dear life. We create VIP right on top of him, and IQOO trying to take down whoever trying to migrate, whatever move they start to shoot. Look at how aggressive with those sprays. Bold and brazen didn't clip any for Napeko, but at least he tried.
Almost got it. That was close. But now, I guess they're going to change their view onto Sem9 specifically, with Brian at the forefront as the anchor man for Sem9. Then 2 members behind, and Brian all alone, knocked down by the Terminator, Napeko.
Napeko got himself some elevations, while the rest of the teams are still trying to run away from the Blues and IQOO need to figure out which way for them to entry in. Now, if Boom actually reposition himself at the perfect timing, they can gatekeep so many teams from advancing towards the safe zone, while Great VIP trying to find last member of YOODO Alliance. Olio now drowning inside. With FaZe also joining the swimming team. The one that actually is swimming will actually go down early.
Circle. Oh man. If it goes away from the bridge, it's going to be insane down there. Here we go. Hold your breath. Oh my goodness. The circle still has some of the bridge in it.
It's not great. Sam Knight, UI going in. Is the last member still stands. Kenny is bleeding out. Left to bleed to dry. Great VIP taking out TALON. That's going to be the last of them eliminated next. We still have 14 teams in tag, by the way. Whoever being eliminated next will still not get any placement points. Now, that is detrimental for teams like Roy or the teams that's going to play the last day here today. And Sam 9, on the other hand, he got barely any cover.
I know, right? Man, with about 40% of health, no healing utilities for Yuhai. He has to pray hard right now that other teams don't come by. Though it's going to be quite tough since we're only at stage 5 and he's not too far away from the edge of the circle. He might not get the next stage, and that is where a lot of teams may pass by.
Yuhai got only one smoke left, and that buggy is basically his lifeline right now. 2 hand grenades. Listening to the audio cues of the Xavier's play just passing through. Gunshots everywhere. Boom right on top of him. Praying he's not been discovered. Oh boy, this is nerve-wracking for Yuhai. But these Xaviers happen to be having a bit of a clash against TODAK. Oh, here comes the jump shot, but they made it through. Shadows playing such a great game here today. Alongside with the Xaviers, scored 2 players out of TODAK, Lynx, and Eftagon. Next, we have Vampires in trouble.
Oh my goodness, that native landed nicely then. Vampires would have been gone, but speaking about gone, TODAK eliminated without a single point this round. Back onto Vampires. Looks like they're falling apart right now with only 2 Vampire players in the sniper tower. Right now, with Shrub still active, not able to pick up Tony K in time, has to move up to the second floor to save himself.
I am Pro quite in the open with 1 vegetation to take himself covers. It's too crowded and rowdy on the right side of the circle right now with the bridge in between. There's also some swimmers in the river area. And Olio still survived and sharing together. What a harmony here.
Oh, hello.
Oh boy, are you kidding me? But Great VIP with Bill still remaining. It's going to be a bit of the Atlantis version of the river just now. 3 players swimming different teams, but Great VIP, the rest of them will have to be going down.
Well, at least at Great VIP, they got 5 eliminations as of now. And that's still in the game though. For Vampire Esports, also 5 eliminations. And only 1 player left. Same situation with Great VIP. But for these Xavier, technically still a full team, but they need to manage Team Flash on the far left.
More aggressive than the previous one, secured themselves 6 eliminations by now when it comes to the numbers. Virgin now spraying over. Wong, that was a clear shot, and he is slightly whiffed, but it's okay, still delivers. Alright, taking on BTR, but BTR by fighting back. Crit VIP will be also eliminated. They are still in Atlantis for some players. These Xaviers, can he revive Lamborghini? Screaming for help, they scored 7. And this just gonna be done in a different world entirely for the side of these Xaviers.
Oh, and not only about the other teams that were just eliminated, but also Sem9 just got taken out. So that was Yuhai, the last man standing, found out by Boom. Well, now Boom has Yuhai's spot. But they gotta be prepared for the incoming D Xavier, who's looking at them now. Obviously, they popped the smoke. D Xavier will be all in focus onto that area.
Here comes another nade flying over the side, make it a double down, but nothing seems to be connecting, but too far-fetched on the side of the Xaviers. Now they're slowly, aggressively trying to attack all the players one by one, just right across. Boom in trouble. Now we have 9 teams remaining, and the Xavier still got himself the circle with Boom in the almost nearby center. FaZe Clan touching the right side, but FaZe Clan, this can be the opportunity to get those numbers up.
Well, FaZe Clan somehow scores the chicken dinner. I know we still have 9 teams. The streak of red logo teams will still continue, but right now for Boom, in between two teams. I'll be actually more interested to see what's going to happen around the bridge area now that the circle has totally shifted away.
The circle still favors the Xaviers inside of this safe zone right now, and they might not be in the same sort of circle later on when stage 7 commencing, but they have to figure out how to advance since it's quite an open space right across the Xaviers right now. If they were to advance, it's going to be clear view towards all the teams on the opposite end of the circle, but Luxy, the last player of BTR, hanging on his dear life. Triple F just next to him, but he was tossing. What a timing here by Luxy.
So between BTR and NKT, after so many stages, finally it's over, and BTR, well, considerably they won it against NKT. Now let's see what's going to happen with RRQ. Their rotation across, going up to the higher ground, but if they go any further, they'll meet up with BOOM Esports.
Luxy fighting his way out solo-handedly, trying to deal with all the other teams out there by himself. The last remaining player standing for BTR, but Shrubs is going to be his next contender. Nate being tossed out. He's going to flush out with the molly, but he didn't know he's actually on the second floor. Oh boy, it's going to be a Shrubs vampire player. 1v1 against the BTR's Luxy, but it's going to be a turn. But the barbecued. That's down to 1 HP.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I thought you would have been gone. He still had that 1 HP and he has the time to heal up. Okay, Shrubs, now your turn. Oh, party pooper. Oh, the Shrubs. He could have took out Luxy, but Luxy. Wait a second, Luxy went out to the blue. Technically did not give away the point.
Denied them, denied. I will still have my dignity, while Luxy just giving away his body towards the blue zone instead. FaZe Clan still trying to keep to his RRQ, but FaZe do have solid compound, but the trade-off is going to be a bit of slight elevations that kind of give the advantage for RRQ. That's why they're opening up the plays. Ventura is going all full front while taking a bit of a jab from RRQ. Here comes a nade. Ventura's down.
Oh man, that's going to be real messy. BOOM Esports out at number 6 with 1 elimination point. A little bit of improvement for BOOM Esports at least. And circle-wise, it's on the northern side. And guess who has the circle? The Xavier again.
Now they're trying to get double-digit eliminations. They are in different league entirely, but a nade shot down by Mela. What a Kobe. Here comes another. Napeko not being sported out, but Napeko can just stand up and spray on the sides of Mela. That's going to be off-angle sprays, by the way. While FaZe Clan, they're split about regarding their focus on which team. Here comes a Snake.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Still here at the high ground. Snape lost that fight, and now he's on his knees. Ventura traded back as well. Now only left with 1 player each. Long-range spray by Napeko, but he's going to let that go for now, as he already secured that point. Pick up his teammates and focus into the circle.
Now DX might not score back-to-back and straight 4, 5, 6 chicken dinners in a day here now, but they're definitely always in the top 4 in almost every single map. And they scored themselves 10 eliminations now, and they might actually break themselves into 100 mark if they get themselves this chicken dinner.
Circle, the Xavier. My goodness, full team. And Gigi, I just want to put it out there at this moment. The record, or the point collected by Alter Ego last year, who was the number 1 team, is 129 points at the group stage. The Xavier could probably break it, but let's see what happens here. As Slave taken out by who else? The Xavier.
Oh, surprise, surprise. They do have man advantage. Here comes the last one. Oh, Gosu. Fingers crossed. It's all about waiting for the inevitable. Shadow spotted out, and that's going to be the spray. Back to the chicken business we go with the Xaviers. Now this is the first time. Congratulations, they are smiling. They are smiling, Cloud. This is a miracle.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I want to see Lambo up. It's up, Lambo. It's up, Lambo.
It's not smiling.
Okay. He was probably smiling, but he didn't show it to the camera. But you know what? The Xavier with so many chicken dinners now. At some point, we're going to run out of things to say about them.
I personally saw just a glimpse of Lambo manage to have a bit of a smirk, but he's back to the exhausting face expression like, okay, we still have more to go. But I agree, when it comes to these Xaviers, there's no stopping these guys. Now, the biggest topic we can talk about these Xaviers is going to be, can they break their own record right now?
My goodness. Let's see. I want to see them break Alter Ego's record. But we're going to start it off here. Everyone contributed to elimination points, and they have managed to collect 13 points in this round as a team. So there's 24 points for Xavier, 24 points for Xavier. They are en route to break Alter Ego's record of last week.
That's true. And when it comes to elimination-wise, I mean, the numbers, damage-wise, is not like very flashy outstanding, except for Parjin, of course, which is going to be the MVP, I assume. But maybe because of how everyone is actually pretty much dishing out a very similar output of damage, nobody actually got the MVP, perhaps. But these Avias are a key FaZe Clan and Team Flash. Wow, Team Flash is back up, maybe fired up with the Avias performance, just like last week.
Yes, good performance here by Team Flash, despite them only having a full squad time of 20 minutes 3 seconds. But let's relive the best moments by, again, Xavier.
From the player's cam, you can see just a tiny bit of the corner of his lips just now, Cloud. You can see Lamborghini smiling just a tiny bit, but it's more than enough. 23 points in total. My oh my. Can they break the 129? Did you say that, Cloud?
Yes, it is 129, and I'm pretty sure they're close now. And I can understand why Lamborghini not smiling to the camera, because he needs to stop melting hearts out there, because he's already taken. It's already taken, okay? It's already taken. He's done for. But for the other teams, despite changing the IGL in, but again, a 0-point round for TODAK. And we also need to remember that TODAK did not make it into last week's Super Sunday, so they cannot afford to have this kind of performance.
That's kind of true, but at least a bit more forgiving compared to the side of Pre-VIP, as well as what was it again? ROY Esports, because they still have tomorrow to play for TODAK. But back towards a different game entirely. These Avies, can they break the 129 points last week? Best performance coming out from the side of Alter Ego. But BTR chasing up the numbers, but the gap is so significant, Cloud.
Yeah, it almost doesn't matter anymore between the two of them, right? At this point, it's like, yeah. If BTR is able to catch up to them, then great. But if not, it's like these Avians, like they don't matter at this point. So right now they are 23 points away from Alter Ego with 3 more rounds to go. So very doable for these Avians, I must say.
I agree. I mean, it's all about whether they want it or not, that's it. But we should be concerned about the teams that's already done 9 matches by now, which could be Roy, the only team with 9 matches around the second page here at 19th place. We do know that it's going to be a tough shot, almost impossible. I'm going to say it out, breaking the truth. They have to focus on their Saturday map or Saturday matches, which are going to be the last chance stage. It's all about how much point can they carry forward for this Saturday instead.
Yeah, it's all about just carrying the points right now. Absolutely agree. But also want to point out that Roy finally had their first placement point after so many matches. That is their first placement point. Can you imagine that they had a very hard time just surviving alone?
That's true. But speaking of surviving alone, just now a lot of players and teams resort to only 1 players left, which is pretty much a straightforward chicken dinner for these Xaviers. When it comes to versus one in a full squad, it was a flawless run by these Xaviers, having all 4 team members still well and alive. Now that kind of speaks something when it comes to their revision that they actually did from last week and early this week, about how the circle pattern has been, because they never fail to be in the center regardless of whatever the situation is.
Specific to the earlier map, they definitely did their homework because they cut through Rosok and went up to the shooting range area, because they know that, okay, that kind of circle, Boom Esports will always go up to the shooting range area and be there, and they will be clear of Rosok. So great work by this area. But, of course, 3 more rounds to go. And right now, we'll be anticipating to see if the Xavier can break Alter Ego's record. We'll be taking a break, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo. We'll see you guys after this break.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Welcome back, everyone. Are you enjoying the game? And now I'm with BTR Lover. Say hello. Okay, in Indonesia.
Hello.
It's the same. Okay. Today and yesterday, you get a winner chicken dinners, and your team is quite as consistent performance. And now you are in the top 8. Do you have any plan to secure your top 8 spot?
Oke, buat BTR buat hari ini dan juga semalam kalian berhasil lah mendapatkan WWCD dan permainan kalian sangat konsisten. Sekarang kalian berada di top 8. Apakah strategi ataupun apakah target kalian dengan gimana caranya kamu mau memastikan yang top 8 ini punya kamu gitu?
Yang pasti kita bermain bakal objektif, sama kita jangan lupa juga main seperti biasanya, tenang, terus ya kita harus paling target kita kan lolos Super Sunday. Kalau kita mungkin punya tujuan yaitu paling top 3 di Super Sunday biar start di final lebih gampang.
To be honest, if you ask me, right now we are feeling a bit confident in order for us to qualify to Super Sunday. Of course, that is our main target. Right now we just gonna play as normal as we always do. So we just gonna play relax, we just gonna chill, and we gonna do when it comes to Super Sunday, because our target is we must get top 3 in Super Sunday.
Oh, top 3 in Super Sunday. So that makes you go to final, sure. Okay, you have a new teammate, BTR Leon Park, joining in this season. What do you think about his performance and how is the team chemistry now?
Oke, dengan kemasukannya player baru yaitu Leon Pang, menurut Lapar sendiri gimana tanggapan Lapar tentang Leon Pang?
Kalau Leon Pang sih meskipun dia player baru, bisa dibilang player baru ya masuk di PMSL, tapi dia punya jiwa pemberani dan gak takut main, terus dia juga gampang bersosialisasi sama kita satu sama lain. Menurut gua sih fan-fan aja sih, bagus-bagus ya.
If you ask me, to be honest, my perspective towards Leon Pang, I think he, even though he's still young in this scene, he just joined PMSL for the first time. He is a brave player. He know how to socialize with the other teammates, and I think that's a great mentality for him.
Okay, that makes your team better, right? Okay. So the last thing, any words to your fan in Indonesia and
Oke, terakhir ya sedikit kata-kata buat fans di Indonesia.
Untuk di Indonesia dukung terus kita bakal berjuang untuk mendapatkan piala di PMSL Summer ini, dan terutama untuk BIGETRON, jangan lupa dukung terus BIGETRON.
To our BIGETRON fans in Indonesia, keep supporting us because we gonna make it for this season. We gonna bring the trophy back to Indonesia.
Oh, trophy back to Indonesia. So I hope you get that one. And thank you, Lopar, to join us for the interview. And now let's head back to the caster.
Thank you so much, bro. But sadly, we have to disappoint the hi and goodbye for Indonesia. It's still going to be hello and goodbyes. But speaking of which, the comparison clan, we have BTR versus NKT.
And the first 3 teams are all red in color. Just putting it out there as well. But of course, comparing these 2 teams, the BTR has a little bit more average elimination points, including average piston points, but it's really not that far apart. Like even the average piston points is just 0.1 apart from the both of them. And the top 4 rates slightly favors to NKT. But what is interesting is that we're putting up the God here as one of the top players for NKT this time.
Now, we did talk about the redness across the chicken dinner map here of our chicken dinner in Sanhok and double back-to-back when it comes to, not back-to-back, the Erangel as well. Slightly different hue of a mixture of a bit of yellow, a bit of black, a bit of white of the Xaviers in there. But the Xaviers never seems to be disappoint us when it comes to week number 2 performance-wise. Chef kiss. Remarkable.
Now, their, side quest is to overtake the number 1 team of last week, which is Alter Ego, and they're not too far away from it. 23 points separates them with 3 more games to go, and we're talking about the Xavier here, where how they've been performing. They look like they can overtake Alter Ego last week's performance.
I agree. It's not that far-fetched either, because based on how they perform, they just place themselves in the top 8. Then they start open fire. That's why a lot of you guys have been saying that they seems to be a bit passive. It's not that they're being passive. They're being smart regarding their actions, the timing of their action, when actually need to start to fight and when to not to do so, just to make sure they can get themselves at the center of the circle. And that's quite tremendous progress if you compare with last week's performance up to today as well for these Xaviers. They didn't just carry out the momentum from the last day of their last week. They even carried out throughout the entirety of week number 2, which also I have to note all to our audience out there. Predictions made before the game start. You can't make prediction after we saw a couple of teams taken out. That's not fair. Come on, guys.
And then it's not called prediction anymore. But then that is just saying what you can see on screen is like, oh, that team is going to win. You know, it's already shown there, right? If you like the Xavier in the previous round, they're like 4 against 1 other player, then it's like, that's not a prediction. Come on, guys.
They're like, we'll wait for this next circle, then we're gonna draw a prediction. It doesn't seem that fair now. You come on, fight with us. We challenge you guys to state out your predictions. So you know who actually have better prediction than we do, which we don't really make good predictions, by the way. Like, all we do is just change them. But speaking of which, do you have a change of predictions for the next 3 maps as well?
Well, I can say for sure that I did not, we call it preemptively, our producer Hygiene, to make any changes. So, yeah. So, short answer, no.
Wow, that's a good way to put it. But speaking of which, I do want to see if there's any teams record-breaking numbers going to be up there, because we do know when it comes to chicken dinner, the most in a day, that's going to be like still 4 chickens right now, pulled by these Xaviers. And then there's also the most eliminations by RRQ, which was 21 eliminations per individual in a round, by the way. For individual, it's going to be 12, pulled by Nepeko. Other than that, it's going to be also the numbers of comparing week 1 number 1 spot most points gathered by Alter Ego, which was 129. Can it also be broken by the side of the Xaviers when it comes to week number 2?
And also, I want to add to that point as well. In last week, it was, well, if you want to talk about like number 1, number 2, because it doesn't really matter, right? The race was between Alter Ego and PUBGM Esports. But this time, the Xavier almost unchallenged by anyone else. BTR, you pointed out before the break, they had a huge gap between the 2 of them when it comes to points. So, I mean, the Xavier, they are now in their own world.
I agree. They are competing against themselves for these Xaviers, which is actually a tougher challenge and a more of a different race entirely, because if you're competing against yourself to be better than the previous round, now that's a high standard thinking that these Avies actually do. The only enemy they have right now is themselves, and how the confidence level will affect them in the next round. But the other teams on there, then like FaZe Clan example, we talked about being red, the logo of a team being red here today will be the team, but not so much for FaZe Clan.
Well, besides FaZe Clan, also to put out here, the red team logo teams that have not participated yet today. TALON, Crit VIP, and NJT got themselves. So TALON and Crit VIP is the next, a lot of reds in their logo. They want to call it a small red, and if they use the red logo, that is YOODO Alliance, is still up for grabs as well. But let's also not forget about PMSL Esports. They do have a little bit of red. But it's going to be red for Low U. You'll be taking a break, and Depth is going to replace it.
What do you think about this swap, really? Like, personally, you think is it going to be a good swap or no for now?
Individually, I do prefer, if you're talking about firepower, Depth has more firepower than Low U. Low U, I think he is more of a co-IGL sort of player. Not that Depth has not been a co-IGL before, he has, so he has the experience, but his specialty is definitely the firepower department. So I do like this because they need the points for 7-9.
I agree, and also, well, what we go back to it, 7-9's lineup change, and also Leon being swapped in for the side of YOODO, which is going to be a different lineup here as well as BTR. This is going to be the first time Luxy actually being replaced.
Yeah, this week at least, and replaced by Gen Force. Very solid player, no doubt. And with Luxy out, we gotta have one of the twins at least. And Zuxi comes in replacement of Leon Punk. So obviously a solid replacement. Leon Punk being one of the newer players in the lineup, and also this level of the competition. At least he has a good run out.
But one that kind of concerns me on BTR's lineup here, the major swaps that we talk about, not just one player, it's two. That's going to be a half of the team that have different dynamics entirely, with Leon and also Zuxi coming in, which would never happen these two to have at the same time before. Will it be an impactful downgrading or upgrade? Depends, because personally I feel like having two players to swap in it at a time just changes entirely what the team had before.
Although for BTR at this point, with the amount of points already collected by them, 60 plus points, 3 more games to go, and you put in the heavyweights. Although they might be like, oh, maybe there's this gap of like they need to warm up and all that, but BTR, they're in the position that they don't need to like go all the way out to collect like major points. They just need to do okay, average, and they should be able to meet at least the 80 point and above mark by now.
Well, that's kind of true. We talked about 85. That's going to be the miracle number, not 80. 80 has been very bitter for Vampire last week. So it's going to be a different one. And there are some players trying to gain their courage, trying to rebuff themselves regarding for our second half of the day, which we're heading to our next Erangel map, which also speaks out the last Erangel of the day will always be so many fights, a lot of bloodshed going to happen soon.
And it's also the last day for Group C as well. And it's going to be crunch time for the teams in Group C especially. And the last game obviously is going to happen inside of Miramar, the biggest map of them all. We did see some early fights yesterday in the Miramar match, and considering that this round, so far every round, we have seen early fights as well. That could be carried over onto the Miramar map too.
That's true. That's true. And also this is going to be Group C last Erangel map. Just to point that one out, it shows that whoever's actually not really comfortable when it comes to Miramar later on, this is the time they want to push their numbers up. And speaking of which, BTR having a half lineup change here definitely will change of their pace, whether it's going to get more aggressive, more active or not. Well, the other swaps, not so much. I mean, like, yes, they still have major swaps, which is with one player, but not affecting as much as BTR's lineup. Now, speaking of the other teams that we don't actually mention enough, one of the, it's going to be, I mean, we mentioned them quite a number. Roy. What can Roy do at this point?
play safe, and look forward to the last chance. I guess that's all you can say for them about now. Because if we look at in terms of what they're lacking right now is the placement points department. Elimination points, they are doing okay for the fact that they did not get any placement points, that is. But I guess with the remaining 3 rounds is for them to really work out on their placement points and how to gain more of that in preparation for the last chance qualifiers.
Now, we talked so much regarding the standard or just the safe zone for the Super Sunday when it comes to the group stage, right? We haven't mentioned enough regarding the last chance starting point that can be comfortably pushed up towards Super Sunday in the top 8 from the bottom 16. Now, personally, what will be the magical number from your side?
Wow. If you ask numbers, we have to refer to week one's last chance. And if we refer to that, it is number 8. It was a PEA 91 points. So we can take into assumption that 90 points and above is the golden number in the last chance stage.
91. So if they ended up their group stage, that's going to be stats for PUBG. I think PUBG has been tremendously improved compared to last season, yeah? They never changed their lineup for these ages, but when you compare with last season performance, this season's it feels way more brighter and way more promising of PUBG's activity and also his activeness in that rotation line. Back to the numbers that we talked about before. You mentioned about PEA at 90. Are you talking about regarding the minimum? I'm talking about I don't think you got my question just now. It's about when you're starting off the last chance stage to be comfortable to push the rest of the last chance 6 more maps that day. The minimum number to start last chance. What would be the most comfortable number to start off? Is it going to be around 40s, 50s, 60s, or even 70s at that point?
Most comfortable? Vampire Esports, 80 points. They just, if you think about it, right, I think PEA's a number into consideration of 91 points. They just need to add 11 points and they're already through. 11 points in 6 games. Come on, right? So 80 points. Let's go.
80 points will be the most comfortable. The least, I assume, then, if you put a standard bar coming out from the perspective of PEA, then probably they have to finish their run for Group C if they still want to get themselves Super Sunday through last chance stage. The most minimum points they have to end their run for Group stage is going to be 60 points. That's going to be the most safest, where they can gain around 90-ish by the end of the last chance stage, I guess.
Okay, I don't have the stats in that department to look at, but yeah, I guess that has to be a lot more mathematical calculation on my side to get those numbers up again. But yeah, I guess 60, and if you take the benchmark of 90, that you need to add 30 points within 6 games. 30 points within 6 games, yeah. That's an average of 5 points per round. So 5 points per round doesn't sound too bad.
So I guess that's going to be the minimum and the benchmark if the teams coming up from Group C to end their run here today. So coming up from Roy, perhaps, then. It's quite a lot of catching up to do for Roy Esports to get into 60s at least today.
Unless they score Triple Chicken, that sort of thing, Triple Chicken with average amount of eliminations, maybe say 10, then yeah. But I mean, if they could do that, 3 back-to-back chicken dinners with at least a 10, then they could have done that way before. But unfortunately, that isn't the case. So for us to kind of predict them to be able to do that sort of performance in the last 3 games, it's going to be hard for us to come up with that sort of prediction. So hence, I guess at most for Roy is for them to prepare themselves for the last chance qualifiers by trying to find a way of how they can improve their placement points. Let's see what happens for Roy and the other teams inside our final Erangel today.
Back to Rango we go, coming up from the north, all the way from Zaki down to SMB, cutting across the map evenly, and it's going to be a beautiful flight path, but will the circle be beautiful or it's going to be a trash one for the players? And speaking of which, we have quite an early skirmishes and a fast rotation of games we had for the entire day here, Cloud.
Well, that's the question that I guess only they can answer. But if we would look at the trend so far, is that they're still playing as per usual. Some teams like to play a little bit faster, and some teams like to play a little bit slower. But of course, that's all depicted by how the circle would be at the end of the day. If it's a far circle, maybe a little bit slower because it's far. If it's a close circle, then perhaps they might play in the middle. And we've seen that trend, especially with these areas, because we've observed them for multiple types of circles. If it's far one, they take it slow, but they'll come in a bit later. But if it's close by with Pachinki, for example, then they will go somewhere in the middle of it. So either one, it really depends on the circle.
We talked previously regarding who can stop these Xaviers from getting the numbers up again. I think one of them should challenge these Xaviers in Pachinki. Why not? That's going to be interesting, and that's going to be something that eye-opening if these Xaviers cannot hold their grounds. But the circle this time is going to be right on top of the start of a flight path just now. We do have a northwest circle early, but it means also there'll be around 30 to 40% of water percentage in it.
Well, looks like we're going to get our first split real soon. Newbies out in the open, nothing on him, and that's going to be an easy knockdown by Batman. I guess Newbies was trying to get this buggy, but he caught up with Team Flash in the process, and that is first blood to Team Flash.
Now, Bayern Pro trying to do some damage control from the back. We can see that a couple of micro oozes being picked up. I'm not sure coming up from Team Flash or the side of Create VIP just now. Well, starting off as a 3, Create VIP already had a pretty decent run. We're not done. Oh, Bill, out of nowhere, he pops his head around the corners.
So looks like a trade between the two of them. 1 for 1, an eye for an eye, they say. So Crit VIP getting one back, and their last 3 games, now they have 57 points. To gain 80 points and above. Not too far though, with 3 games more, and at least with 3 players they could still do something. And we have seen it before that with 3 players from the start, teams are still able to get chicken dinners.
True to that. Around 7, 6 and 5th place, YOODO Alliance, Create VIP and ARC, you have to have average around 30 points or maybe around 25 points to finish off their day here. An average of 10 to possibly 7 points each map that's remaining for the second half of the day. Now, all they need to do is just to make sure they survive till the around top 6. I think it's pretty decent. With a couple of eliminations, that kind of secures the rotation for this map. And also when it comes to the points they should gather for each map, kind of the average we mentioned just now would be enough. So it's not still detrimental on the side of Create VIP, despite they lost 1 members early.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about Create VIP, frankly speaking. Even though if they don't get top 8 directly into Sunday, their last chance qualifiers were pretty comfortable, and you came up with the numbers earlier on. They're currently at 57 points, so they're pretty close with the numbers that you mentioned too. And if we take that into consideration, then their last chance qualifiers should be pretty cool.
That's true. PIGMY having a great run here today when it comes to their first day of the second week so far. Seems to be growing when it comes to their performance and not declining. Like last week, they were kind of bombastic, getting themselves the first chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken, throughout the entirety of this season's league. But then they lost it across the day of day number 1 they were playing. Day 2 they were barely present in the game. We cannot see them under any spotlight or any actions at all. But for this week, we can see that they revise and they reassess their situation and mistakes being rectified slowly for them when it comes to week number 2. But for Vampires, on the other hand, and Vampires, it's lesson learned, a big one at that for last week. Hopefully they make it a comeback for week number 2.
Yeah, I know, right? Look at the amount of points. Okay, 3 games, 10 points. So that's an average about 3-point Infinity 3. Well, so happy to mention Infinity, but we're Vampires. But anyway, 3-point Infinity number of 3s per round as of now. So that is absolutely not the Vampire that we know of. And this performance have been plaguing them since the Super Sunday, because in last week's from the group stage to the last chance, they were amazing. But when it came to Super Sunday, they lost their mojo, and the lost mojo have been following, or not really following them to today.
I think it's probably due to how they're being pushed down last minute by their last chance stage down there, when they were being forced to actually play the last chance after being last minute pushed by the Xaviers to the Super Sunday. Kind of demoralized them probably. And speaking of the Super Sunday, the average point they gain across almost the entire day, like half day through the Super Sunday, they didn't even score like 1 point average each map. That was how difficult the time was for them in the last Super Sunday. But if you want to compare with current moment and the current momentum that Vampires has, definitely way better than during the last Super Sunday.
I'm just looking at the Super Sunday that they had, right? They collected only 9 points in the Super Sunday. So at least, well, objectively, it's slightly better than the Super Sunday, but still not the Vampire that we know of. And of course, it's two different objectives. At least Super Sunday, if they're able to join the next Super Sunday, then they can do a comeback. But this one, it's almost no comeback if they remain down there. And by after last chance, assuming they go to the last chance, then
I mean, they don't want to miss a slot to Super Sunday. It's going to be one step at a time. To go to Super Sunday is going to be the main priority for all the teams that are up here or across the board right now. Getting the Super Sunday is going to be the main reason for them to fight their way out. But NKT lost Spider happens to be always the one to initiate fights before and being spotted by FaZe Clan on top of this Gut Commander. Quite an early rotation by FaZe Clan to be up here in the Gut Com Mountains. I'm not sure if they do have their gears and their loot to be sustainable as long as they need to, because it's still stage 1.
well, if we were to look at their utility 7 nades on Vintores, not bad, and a good amount of first aids. So assuming that we take Vintores as the example, then perhaps the other members should be about the same as well. So I guess they're pretty okay up there with the utilities that they have. And this is the stage 1. So in any case, they will probably need to leave Gakka mounted, looking at how the first circle is. And that is where they will take fights. And when they take fights, they win fights, they will reloot again. That's probably going to be the plan for FaZe Clan.
Probably true. And we talked about the teams that needs a different approach when it comes to this map here as Lars Wrangle. I spotted Alroy coming in quite later than usual. They're not going into the safe zone as fast as they could be, maybe due to the circle quite far from them as well, because the circle will shrink, will be on top of hospital. It just shoot all the way to the northern side. Shooting range, part of it comprising inside of the center of the circle, quite almost center, but XERXIA got themselves right in the middle of it. But look at the ones coming up from the south. Nobody coming up from the north. It's quite vacant, half of the circle of it.
Yeah, because in Severny, there's probably only one team, and if we look at the flight path going to Stauber, it's almost an impossible direct drop, so we don't get another team from that side. Hence, minimal teams from the north side. But with this circle, my first thought is that for FaZe Clan, they would have wished they stay in South Jogopur, and they would have got the circle on top of their head by now.
And we do have a couple of skirmish early on due to the circle shifted away. Great VIP and Pro in trouble. Nothing to cover himself. There's going to be the wall, but it's a bit too late for him to climb over the other side. I'm not sure where are the rest of Great VIP. Early on, they lost one member. Now down to only 2 players. Putra and Bill, that is. Team Splash start been tailing them since the start. And now Kwang finish off another Putra. There's down to only 2 players for Crit VIP. Heavy casualty in.
Now that we can see all the teams, a lot of the teams passing by South Jogopur, maybe FaZe Clan would have been happy like on the mountains of Gakka. Or maybe not, because there's also an opportunity for them to gain elimination points. Let's speak about elimination points. Bill right now will be the target for Team Flash.
They are sniffing out his exactly whereabouts. Kwang might actually have a general idea where he's at, with Batman giving the information back towards the rest of the roster. Now there's going to be trouble. Smelling over for Bill. He's been cornered up. He opened up the fire first. Batman actually didn't realize it was there. VIP ended up with a 0 for this round and 4 for scored by the TODAK team. Flash, big one, not that. And you talked about FaZe on top of the mountain. I think they might actually have to start to journey themselves to the northern side. But when it comes to shooting range, do have TALON and TODAK have a bit of exchange of glances here.
So TODAK 0 points in the previous round. Definitely looking to come out of that. But if they were to challenge a TALON, then it's one of the biggest challenges that they might face. But nice name on to YOODO Alliance. Oleo knocked down as well. Beautiful counter fire by Paragin.
And also a bit of trading done between the two teams here. Nade being naded down. He did drop a big nade by Nate. Paragin and the rest of these Avis a bit more aggressive, maybe being forced for this engagement because of how they were quite peaceful before and now running into YOODO Alliance. Paragin trying to cleaning up the job and trying to revive his teammates while the rest of them try to eye out the rest of YOODO Alliance. Shadow finish of Oleo, that's leaving only YOODO Alliance with 2 players left.
And it's going to be circle time. Obviously, it moves away from D-Xavier at YOODO Alliance. And D-Xavier, what I noticed as well is that they remain with the same checkpoint as the previous round. Almost in a circle as stage 1, so no surprise that they went to the same space. But this time, they got 2 elimination points, and now they're on their way with still a full team.
But northern side, we do have a bit of a fight. On the outskirts of Zaki, there is. A Vampire spotted out some players, knocked down on 1. Now, I noted that I think it was probably Stone, perhaps, that last time I saw him. He's still in Zaki. They dropped himself quite early in Zaki for Vampires. He stayed back, trying to see if there's any teams rotating towards Zaki for the longer rotations, just to get a safe entry on the northern side. But PIGMY versus Roy. Now, Roy, we've mentioned so many times, they cannot afford to lose their players here.
Well, yeah, they can't, but the situation forced them to be in that sort of scenario, and they lost 1 during the rotation phase. And now they seem to be going away from action. But the bad news for Roy is that they're still on the outside. The worst news for them is that in front of them, they now have D-Xavier.
Xavier's now knowing the fact they found themselves the formulation of how getting themselves the chicken dinner. Now they're trying to tally up the numbers of eliminations. They've been playing quite safe in the first few early stages in the past few maps. This time coming in with different approach, trying to fight their way into the safe zone instead of slowly creeping into the center. But these Avias found it out. A couple of members of Roy being stopped. Oh, Roy. They've been broken their formation. This is going to be trouble. This is going to be tough.
Oh, man. And they're still finding their way through. Okay, this is going to be bad. Look at the south side of the minimap. Tusk taken out. Bump into RRQ. Just like that. Snap the fingers. Another player gone.
Roy down to only 1 last player, limb by limb, taken out by the side of the Xavier's team, and also another team across the other side, which are going to be RRQ here, waiting around the other end. Now, the Xavier's definitely got some intel regarding a team coming out from the side of this side of a circle, which is going to be RRQ. They definitely want to push forward where Roy tried to run themselves just now. But the other side, they do have TODAK to deal with, and TODAK a bit busy against PIGMY.
And TODAK, at least he got the first knock, but not able to secure the elimination point yet. The other members of PIGMY still around, but Dimsy quite split apart. Okay, they're going to come in now to Dimsy. They want that point. They want to at least gain 1 to not be in the donut status of this round.
Now, we do know D-Xavier is quite nearby, lurking around, waiting for the right time to come in, possibly trying to visualize this fight between TODAK and PIGMY as well. Being in the third party as they can be, taking the opportunity being given here. They're already on their vehicles. While PIGMY and TODAK have to wrap things up quickly, as PIGMY might actually triumph over this fight with 1 more knock. BTR happen to be moving the same direction where PIGMY is fighting. This 2 team, if they don't just wrap it up within a minute, there's going to be a lot of trouble coming in.
I expect more teams to come by because this area is pretty nice if any team were to be able to hold on to it. Well, these areas, they're busy with RRQ, who came from the south side onto these areas area, knocking down the pickle. And now all in focus onto them because they need to bring out 1 player of D-Xavier back out from the blue. There's Lamborghini.
Now that's going to be fortunate for the side of PIGMY and TODAK the other side because D-Xavier just rotate the other way round instead, going on the southern side to change their focus to the side of RRQ. But we have another contender. Who is that 1 player coming in out of nowhere right in the middle of a crossfire between D-Xavier and RRQ?
Well, Okay, hello, PUBG Esports. I just want to point out that TODAK went out with 1 point. Another rough round for them. Now Lamborghini. Okay, this nade will be. This nade. Nade number 1. Okay, did not connect. Nade number 2 now. Picking up. Lamborghini forced to move. He can't wait for the second nade to burst.
Speaking of bursting, I am a bit worried with this Stacia right now. Quite burned off, smoked up. And it's going to be PIGMY trying to run away, knowing the fact these Xaviers is quite close. They're trying to get kicked from the inside. With PIGMY only left with Jabranki, I don't think he can hold the ground by himself. But remember last time, PIGMY area, they do have BTR on the other end. So these Xaviers, if they keep pushing north, they might clash with BTR.
Okay, so we're going to move away from the outer side. And now we're going to come into the North Johor pool. We do have Semnai and XERXIA next to each other without the circle at all. This will be the next clash point. Now Semnai creating a smoke bridge. They're going to cut across. They have to clear out XERXIA before moving forward.
Bad news for Roy, didn't gain anything for this round either. Now that's going to be detrimental later on. Semnai, XERXIA, they are cooking up their nades and they're tossing it about with Brian knocked down across the wall. Yuhai tried to go for flank side but got founded out instead. This is not great too. The front line is on the ground bleeding out. Now Semnai willing to give their bodies away freely as Step trying to work into the smoke, but Megamite's boy silhouette down to Kenny to do all the job for Semnai now.
It's easy anticipation for XERXIA. All they need to do is focus onto the smoke bridge area, and that's how they took out Semnai. Eliminated just like that. No points this round.
Flash versus FaZe next moment, bleeding down. Ventores will reposition. Here comes the rest of Cavalry. Team Flash having the full squad finally regroup on top of this small hill. Slight elevations. Batman couldn't see at the foot of the hill where Ventores keep cooking the nade up. And Onza's trying just to have a bit of a pick, but over peaking will cost them their lives.
Ooh, XERXIA actually lobby went out to the blue. Okay, interesting. Looks like they have Vampire blocking them at the exit point. But now on screen we do have Team Flash and Guang cooking up his nade, tossing on to the other side, but probably an overshot.
And KT just being decimated by the hands of BTR. FaZe Clan still having a go with Team Flash. The only South teams are still fighting. While YOODO Alliance, TODAK, look, with the last remaining members. These Xavier, despite they trying to be more aggressive this round, losing one member in the process, with BTI and RQ both ways start to crush them down from two different angles. While Team Flash and FaZe Clan, they're not too far off from the circle, but the fight has been going on for quite some time.
Well, FaZe Clan and Team Flash, both of them will be in crutches soon if they don't end this fight because they're on the outside of the circle. Circle moved up north. But the upper hand is definitely FaZe Clan. They're on the inner side. Now all they need to do is number 1, block Team Flash. Number 2, take them out entirely so they can migrate them.
Speaking of numbers, 6 eliminations with the placement of 11th place XERXIA just being wiped by Vampires. And Vampires are fighting against another team without any time to reset themselves. Mela going in with a spray. And 416, the crispiness of that rifles did not connect any shot so far, but will be a shot range. They finally work things out. Switch it over to Micro Uzi, just spray within the smoke. Ventores being knocked down. Kwang next, Team Flash have to just settle down at 10th place. At least they score 6 eliminations.
Worthwhile trade. Ventores tanking the bullets. And Onsens came in at the right timing to finish off the final member of the Team Flash. And now they have enough time to move in. Ventores should be able to heal up at the same time as well. While PUBG Esports now up against the Xavier. Let's go with BTR behind them.
The Xavier has been reduced to only 1 player left, which is going to be Lamborghini, due to the outcome of their fight with RQ and BTR at the same time. Boom also seems to be eyeing out to steal away those knockdowns from the back. So Lamborghini have to play this a bit more quiet, a bit more silent, because there's too many teams are just trying to take down on the Xavier's position right now. First nade being tossed about, but the blue zone is not making it easy for Lambo.
Oh, here we go, forced to move by the blue, and he is the last surviving member of the Xavier. At the same time, Lapa not letting him go just yet. And the rest of BTR backing out Lapa. Lapa falling back. Lambo 50% of health left. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. BTR knows exactly where he is.
Oh, and that's the last one to clean up. The last player of these Avis Lamborghini were fighting the 4 of BTR. Couldn't hold due to how overwhelming the numbers has been. But Boom and BTR. Now this is going to be a spicy one again because these two teams are too close against each other. But either they want to face BTR, they have to pick their poison here. Whether it's going to be Talon or whether it's going to be Boom. They have to pick one angle. If they try to force it out 2 ways at the same time, they are exactly in the shoes of these Avis again.
Oh, nice spot for BTR to be in after clearing out the Xavier. With this high ground, they're able to oversee all the other teams below them. Boom Esports, one of them. Now they have the information that Boom is going to come up from the left side. And they also have information on where the other teams, let's see here. Okay, yeah, Talon that's in front of them with this compound. So let's see if the circle still favors this compound. If it does, then maybe BTR will crash into Talon.
I do wish they regroup for BTR. They want to move in as a 4. They might actually fight a 4 of Talon. If they are splitting the 2-2, they have to fight 2 versus the entire team of Talon. The other 2 have to fight probably the entirety of Boom, which we talked about. Boom, they actually part ways. They're going down south with Jubranki, the last player of PIGMY, is actually at. Adik, look, there's going to be a tall order for him to get out from the blue just to be in the safe zone.
Well, newsflash, now that the circle has moved away from the compound where Talon was at, it's no longer that valuable. So BTR don't seem to be interested. Instead, they will play by the hilltop, by the edge of the circle, waiting for the players of Talon to show themselves.
Now, speaking of the comment section, I'm going to answer that question. The game is moving too fast. The rotations of the players are too active. There's no time for the players to go for sniping. That's why a lot of players resort to the rifles and the DBS and shotguns and even micro Uzi these days, just because of how fast the navigation of the player is based on the positions. But for side of Boom, they actually do have this high ground, but Jubranki, oh Jubranki.
Yeah, that's probably one reason as well. Another reason is that if you go for single shot snipers, it's hard to end your opponent. Just like what Pornbit is doing right now. Rifle, end it, Scar L, nice and quick, point in the pocket, move on to top 4.
Stage 6, we only have 4 more teams remaining, with full squad coming up from the side of Boom and Talon. It's going to be back to domination of the Indonesian teams, with Empire remaining with 2 players left. But it's going to be a tough rotation for the side of Empire. It's quite an open space for Boom to just oversee them the moment they're trying to march into the zone. While Talon do have themselves quite a comfy compounds, but I'm not sure about the next stage, whether they're still comprised inside of circle or not.
Likely to be not, since it's really on the line. But Talon, their challenge is to come out from that house. The fact that BTR is on top of this hill, it's going to be a big one for them. They're probably going to create like a smoke barricade or something, or a smoke bridge to try to move forward. Unless BTR, they relocate themselves or they're distracted by other teams.
Shrap's barely got covers, nothing else to do. He wants to focus on the front where Talon was actually just now, but BTR just breaking his neck from behind. But BTR down to 3. Talon is going to be 3 with Boom have a slight advantage when it comes to number, but they are spreading out quite thin themselves. But it's going to be the northern side of the circle that will have to engage first. It's going to be BTR versus Talon, and then we got to wait and see where the Boom will be the third party winning over the chicken dinner from the sidelines.
Yeah, at this moment, Talon, they have to take the fight against BTR. So now they're scouting, gathering information to know where exactly the members of BTR are at. Boom Esports monitoring the situation. And also to know, ladies and gentlemen, it is an all-Indonesian finale with these 3 teams have been elements in them.
But speaking of which, Talon do have slight advantage of utilities. 29 smokes, they can cover themselves well. BTR might have those elevations at work, but the problem is they have no clue where the shot's coming out from, with Talon reposition themselves. But look at Boom trying to take advantage from the sidelines. They got themselves the circle. Talon quite split it out, Boom as well. But Boom into 3-1 or 2-2 position here right now. Definitely have the advantage of a circle in their hands.
Yep, they have some of the players within the circle. So whoever's on the outside can follow through as a marker, so that's really fine. But interesting enough, the other members who were in the circle, now they're out of it. Maybe, just to be sure that, okay, they have a route in, so they whatever it is, they know that they can go like down south and into the circle, and that's absolutely fine because they can play for time now. Pressure's not on the Boom.
Yep, Talon, that was quite a bold move from Red FaZe to just take the risk and just face it straight forward against Boom. Was trying to shut down their rotation but couldn't do so with how fast the rotation made towards the center of the circle, near center of the circle for Talon. But you have to give it to Boom. They still got themselves the circle. The circle just shifted slightly away from Talon, and now BTA having the toughest spot that is which way to go in.
Looks like they're going to take the right side in, and they're going to avoid the fight with the Talon. That might turn the tables on the Boom Esports if both teams focus on the Boom instead. And let's see what's going to happen. But I kind of think that we will see the fight between Talon and BTR again.
Oh, it's going to be Talon versus Boom, I feel like, when it comes to the top two, because BTR, they kind of crammed both ways here. Look at how the fire's frying them, and it's going to be Lapan knocked down first. BTR, both ways. There's going to be a big swing if they want to win this one. Now, left, right, center, there's so many bullets flying. There's too overwhelming. Talon versus Boom, 4v4. 50-50 when it comes to the chicken in the very last round.
Well, 2 players from Talon now down. It's all in for Boom Esports to get back up in the overall chart by starting with the chicken dinner. Oh, here we go, Frenzy! Roll range on the misery. 1 more to go. Blind space for the smoke. And that is a Boom Esports. Go, boom, boom, boom.
Almost a flawless run coming up from the side of Boom, picking their direction, navigating themselves safely, and they were quite, I don't know if they actually just followed by instinct or it was just fortunate for them not to move too fast when there's so many teams around them early on around stage 6 before. But there was the hunch that they follow and the instinct coming up from the IGL to call out the navigation. That was precisely what they needed because it actually turned out so well for Boom. It has been such a long time. We're looking at Boom getting those chicken and have this sort of performance.
And I love the pre-scout as well for Boom Esports by sending 2 players in, they back out to support their teammates, and whatever it is, they know their entry point offhand or before like the next execution stage or whatever that might happen. So great work there by Boom Esports. I love the planning ahead, and that's where they scored the chicken dinner.
Speaking of which, it's down to the elimination numbers that will separate them regarding whether they still stand at number 1 by end of this map or not. And now Pombit, he made so much work from the side angle, from the flank side to give so much information towards the side of Boom as well, and keeping all the enemies at bay. Yummy May, his damage received is the least amount. He's hiding himself so well while giving so much damage across the map. So when it comes to damage wise, I think everybody just pulled their weight this time from Boom.
Yeah, everyone contributed to finally their chicken dinner in week number 2. And we're gonna highlight Pombit as the MVP. 2 eliminations and a lot of damage by him. 520 to be exact. 264 damage received, 21% team contribution, and a maximum survival time of 25 minutes, 17 seconds. Of course, everyone from Boom, they survived, and they did not give away any point to anyone else.
Yep, with the amount of, last time I saw them in their reserve of their smokes, they still have around 29 smokes. That's pretty much solid enough for them to be getting themselves those chicken dinner if things going really south for them. But when it comes to utilities, I think everyone almost using the same amount by the end of it. But let's rewatch what really happened and how Boom got their chicken dinner.
Finally, a sigh of relief for Boom Esports to come up big, 21 points altogether for them in this round, and we're stacking up the other Indonesian teams too. BTR following through together with TALON, 12 points and 10 points respectively, and Vampire Esports also their best round so far today with the 10 points collected.
XERXIA and Team Flash just aiming for those elimination numbers despite they didn't get any placement points, but more than enough to get themselves the first page when it comes to the match rankings here today. FaZe Clan also doing decently well, but we do have triple zeros down there, which can be NKT, Sem9 and Roy. Quite alarming, especially for NKT and Roy, since this is going to be their last Erangel of the group stage.
Yes, and for Roy especially, because today is going to be their last day, no points this round, and that only means that they remain two games to collect as many points as possible in preparation for Saturday. Here are our rankings. So DZ went out 111 points collected, and let's see if they can still overtake the week number 1 champions, which is Alter Ego. And they're getting close to that one. So yeah, I guess a new record can be set still.
But the only top 3 teams without any chickens here, it's going to be FaZe Clan. And I do note that the fact that top 7 teams are all coming up from Group C, except for one team, which we mentioned them many times here today, which was Roy. And Roy is the only team that completed 10 matches and still at 22nd place.
Yeah, and also to note that benefit of the doubt, because obviously Group C have played most of the matches, so naturally they will stack up there. But yeah, good point out there for Roy. After playing so many matches, they're still all the way down there. So yeah, in reality, it's to prepare for the Saturday match. But for Boom, 1,738 damage this down, not too far away from BTR, 1,600, and then we got Team Flash and followed by Vampire Esports with 1,004 and 1,002 respectively. But at the end of the day, it's all about collecting the points for them instead of the damage.
Now we're back to our fraggers here. With Boom got the most eliminations here, no doubt regarding that, with them coming out from the right side of a circle. And due to how difficult the circle was from the first pop in stage number 1, just moves away so far from the flight path early on, and not really so far, he's actually right on top of it. But when it comes to elimination and also the numbers, actually didn't have the most across today, which we're gonna head over to Miramar. Will be a kind one or not? We still have the red coming in, and including Boom and these Avis, they do have a tint of red when it comes to the logo. So will it be following pursuit to maybe FaZe Clan perhaps?
FaZe Clan? Talon? Yeah, these two. If those two teams score the chicken dinner, then technically we can claim that it's a whole red day. It could have been a whole red day yesterday, but YOODO Alliance, they decided to use the white logo instead. But yeah, today's a second chance.
It's all about the logo, guys. It's never about the circle. It's never about the flight path. It's never about your team. It's about the colors, okay? When it comes to the chicken dinner of week number 2. And speaking of which, we talked about 111. The point of these Avis right now at number 1. The last time we had the most of the points gathered by week number 1 was 129. Now, if they actually do break the record, how many points do they have to gain for 2 maps here? Probably 10 points for each map.
So 18 points in total to even up, and if just for flex sake, make it 19. So that's an average of 9.5 points per map. So 9.5 points per map, make it 10 because there's no such thing as a 0.5. Yeah, I mean it's Xavier, so yeah, be prepared to see a new record.
I mean, it's doable to do a 0.5 point if knockdown considered as half point. That would be fun to watch as well, because we can see a lot of 0.5 in the game later on, because there's so many players knocking down all the others but being stolen by some other teams in the last minute. Now also we talked about the gap between the first and second place. These Xaviers is just in a different league entirely.
Absolutely, and in order for them to solidify that is for them to gain enough points to overtake Alter Ego, and then they'll be like, okay, yep, solidified. You know, there's no challenge there, no challenge. At this point, even if I were to look at other newcomers from Group B, the closest one probably is BTR to potentially challenge them by tomorrow. But even so, it is not as explosive as what the Xavier has shown us.
True. I mean, the Xaviers, the only enemy they are fighting against is themselves about their mistakes. That's why I think why they're not cheering, despite they got themselves chickens and quite a hefty amount of points up there, because they have different mindset entirely. For them, it's all about perfection, but they are pretty much rock solid at number one right now. Nobody can actually just push them away. They are like a big mountain that's not movable at the current being. But speaking of the second, third, fourth place, also keep an eye out towards number 8 placement, because that's going to be the standard bar for the Super Sunday entry later on this week.
Yeah, good reminder there on us to focus on to 8th place onwards. So in essence, if you're the team from Group C and you're outside of the top 8, then welcome to the Saturday match. But if you are in Group C and you are within the top 8, then maybe you will be able to go straight on to Super Sunday. We have a small swap here. Spider Tan is subbed out and Isan is going to come in. Today is going to be his debut, and not only today, it is his debut for week number 2 as well.
True. I personally love Spider on the side of NKT. Honestly, he has been a formidable player, giving so much opening for the rest of NKT. And he knows exactly which angle to pick. He's playing it smart and know which team they should fight for the next couple of navigation throughout the stages of a map. FaZe Clan, this is not the FaZe Clan that we used to know. They used to love so much Miramar. So will they finally climbing up the ranks here when it comes to the Sandy Dunes map later?
Yeah, FaZe Clan. I think FaZe Clan, they generally they're probably more comfortable with the Miramar match. And as far as I remember as well, even during the off-season tournaments where FaZe Clan also played, they generally do well when it comes to Miramar. And the player that normally turns up in Miramar matches is Mela. And we know how important Mela is for FaZe Clan. And if he's able to turn up well, and he's also one of the key players for FaZe Clan inside of probably his favorite map, then maybe it's the time for FaZe Clan to really put themselves up there to be as comfortable as possible to hopefully remain in the top 8 by the end of tomorrow.
Hopefully that's the case. That's going to be the best case scenario. But we don't have any more swaps, I guess, from BTR. Now, we do have a glimpse of it. Jam Force and XERXIA coming in. Luxy sub out with a replacement 2 players coming from BTR lineup. It just seems to be okay. So I think everyone swapping in and out of BTR won't actually be an issue, because everyone is actually up to par.
Yes, I mean, that's why we can see that even though they swapped in anyone at this point, arguably even Leon Punk, which has been doing well, synchronizing with the entire team, they're still able to do well. I mean, when he was in the lineup, they scored chicken dinner. When he's not in the lineup, they still score chicken dinner. So it just shows that their bench is as solid as the main lineup. So whatever happens to their main lineup, for whatever reason, unwell or you're just not feeling like it, the substitutions are great. So this is what's great about BTR's lineup. They not only think about like the main 4 players, but also their sub players, and they also give time for them to have a run out in this lobby too. They are truly prepared to become champions here.
I agree. It feels like the subs is not even a sub to start with. They are the main roster as well. Nobody is actually a sub coming up from the side of a BTR lineup. Also, speaking of these Xaviers, that kind of makes me wonder, will they actually put Chua and Frankie in from time to time? So far, we haven't seen them play not even once, I think.
Yeah, Frankie has been AFK for multiple seasons now. Yeah. But for the most part, he'll be truly watching the game. It's not like he'll be doing something else. For Chua, interestingly, he was the main player for Xavier, but he hasn't played a single round as well this season. And I guess maybe they're just trying to maintain this momentum moving forward, and as much as possible, stick with the same four unless a disaster happens, which is, well, we haven't seen one happen at all. So I guess maybe they want to just remain that sort of strategy to the end.
That's what concerns regarding this. If you never let your sub actually play, and when things are really dire, they don't have a choice than letting the sub actually do the work here. Especially in the case of Xavier, actually Chua. Now, we do know every single season it's going to be so different. If you haven't been exposed at all for once in any map, in any single rotation of the map of the players, can he actually keep up if that really happens?
I would also argue that, of course, if you don't do anything at all and you're just sitting by the sidelines, mechanically it might be a bit rusty. And PUBG Mobile is a very high mechanical game. So unless he's like, okay, while you guys are actually playing this, he plays on his own, maybe outside of this, of when the tournament is running, then I think that'll be okay. But if he's not doing anything at all, if it's like absolute AFK, then it'll probably be hard.
Now, hopefully we do see a bit of a glimpse for the teams that actually haven't subbed in and out of their sub players, just for the sake of the exposure and then experience wise for them to be prepared in case it'll be needed during even in the playoff and even the final week later on, which is going to be next week for our third week. Now also we talked about the number 8 position just now previously. The point was around 40, but we best assume by end of tomorrow it will bump up double to that, which can be around still 80 to 85 points. But the match coming up soon, and seems like everyone's ready to go. The Miramar map's waiting for its population to come in through the flight later, as the yellow colors of the beams has been shining through for the players. We're going to head into our 2 more Miramar maps of the day. The first one, Miramar.
And here it is, Miramar. The first Miramar match, ladies and gentlemen, and also the second last game for today. Now, if we look at some of the interesting stats here, when it comes to Miramar average points, PMSL Esports, they love Miramar, 11.3 average points, and a Team Flash 10.5. So these two teams really love it. Followed only by Xavier 9.2. Now, when they talk about like how many points do Xavier need to be overtaking Alter Ego, and if they have an average points of 9.2 in Miramar, well, I guess that's another sign that they could highly, potentially take over Alter Ego.
They are in the top 3 when it comes to getting those average damage and eliminations wise. But this is also the rise of Team Flash last week as well. This is the map they really love to perform. And they are definitely inspired with these Xaviers shooting up when it comes to at the end of the week 1 and also during the Super Sunday, even in week number 2. They definitely want to join in the same region compatriots to show that they are here as well under the spotlight for Team Flash.
Yeah, so Team Flash, this is also the chance for them to gain as many points as possible, just to be comfy as well. Now on the left side, we do have the circle. Flight path happen to be on top of it, so a lot of teams drop directly onto wherever they like. And if that's going to be the case, then we're probably going to have a chill start here inside of Miramar, and an explosive start when we come to stage 3 or 4 later on.
80% of land, and please let it be Impala for the last circle. I would want to watch that once more. It has been fun to have quite a challenging circle, especially when it comes to these Xaviers. Can they adapt even in the toughest circle of them all? We've seen that happen during Erangel, but we want to see more of their knowledge and their insights regarding this Miramar map. But RRQ is the team that everyone should watch out for. They are very aggressive when it comes to getting those eliminations. Now, across all the maps and all the teams, so far the highest elimination numbers still taken by these Xaviers, but also put in account there are some teams that did not play as much maps as the teams coming up from Group C.
Yeah, so we have to give the benefit of the doubt to some teams who have not completed as many games as teams of Group C as well. But despite not completing as many games, TODAK is the only team now to be having a single digit. 2 more games to go, and you don't want to be that only lonely team down there with a single digit. Even Roy, well, of course, to be fair, Roy played more games, but at least Roy, they are no longer in the single digit department. So TODAK coming in later, which is starting the campaign today. You know, you don't want to fall behind Roy, especially by the end of tomorrow.
That's true. It's going to be a challenge for Roy to make sure they won't be the last. Like we mentioned yesterday, even if you are at the bottom, make sure they're not the last team to be in the class as well. But speaking of which, somebody will have to take the 24th spot by end of tomorrow. But it's just all about the gap. If the gap is quite small, very minute, like just 1 point of difference, or the gap in between the first till the 24th place is not that big, that is something that we're looking forward for. That's going to be the dream outcome of the overall rankings for me, to have very small gaps in between. So it just shows that everyone is actually up to par, but it's all about these small issues that they need to work out, whether it's going to be their communication, whether it's going to be regarding their timing of navigation. But right now we do see still a bit of a difference of tier of teams, which can be a bit of a gap in between that.
Yeah, especially teams like the Xavier running away with it now. Even you can argue that BTR is kind of running away with it too, because the gap between BTR and FaZe Clan is pretty significant. 15 points. It's okay significant, but of course BTR and the Xavier, then we're talking about 30 points gap between them, and they played the same amount of games. Now we look at the next team who started their campaign today. PUBG Esports, 26 points, and we're already on our second last game. Definitely not as hype as the Xavier, even if we take into consideration only 1 day, which is yesterday.
Sure, but also you have to give credit to Boom. Now, they are the only team in the first stage when it comes to overall rankings in the top 12. They are the only teams coming up from Group B that actually managed to squeeze up to 12th place, despite this is their first day playing. Now, we do have Infinity, we have LTE, we have MORPH and VOIN. We actually played slightly more. They're not playing here today. It shows that Boom just easily compete against a team that's not playing here, which is going to be Group A, and still managed to give quite a hefty amount of points, despite it's just their first day.
True that. Ditto. So now that we're already like our second last game, right? We did talk about like earlier, Group B is like the group of death, yada yada. But looks like Group C is the group of death because of how they've been performing, and also taking away all the chicken dinner so far today, except for the Boom chicken dinner.
Now, we talked about the points being safe to be in the Super Sunday, and BTR close enough to it, but the rest of Group C, despite being Group of Death, I think the one that actually deadly right now is going to be these Avis right on top, which is very comfortable for them. They're definitely looking at Super Sunday. They don't even think about what's going to happen in Saturday, and already start to plan out their vacation on off day for Saturday, where they want to go, where the sightseeing in Thailand will be the best spot that is for them. While the rest of third place down to the 24th that we can see across the board here right now, not really in the safest spot just yet, because we do have one group not playing yet. The best bet for them is going to be finish off the day with 85 points.
I'm already thinking on behalf of the Xavier, right? Like, if I were them, and obviously they can plan to go shopping now, tomorrow and the day after, if you think about it, 2 days, the first thing they should buy is a pair of those elephant pants.
The elephant pants, not the Newsy shaggy pants.
I'll let Newsy have the exclusivity for the pants, but the elephant pants, they have to get it.
It's very comfortable, airy indeed, and very comfy for the players actually. But it's not suitable when it's come to very cold places, because you get shivering due to how cold it can get. inside of the arena, sometimes the air conditioning sometimes blows a bit too strong for the players. It depends on the situation, really. But when it comes to how difficult the stage of the gameplay of this prestigious league, by the way, I don't think anybody gets those hands of this because of how things just get heated up, like how Boom taking out FaZe Clan members just now. But lucky it was quite a long range, so FaZe get back to all 4 players. But TALON seems to be interested against Boom as well.
Wow, might be cold feet right now for Boom Esports, knowing that TALON is on top of them. YOODO all alone, but it's a good spot at least to gather information. That's number one. And the second thing is to also to just let them know that, okay, we're here, so don't come to our area. So that like cuts out the potential rotation area for Boom Esports towards the area of TALON.
TALON, Boom, PIGMY next to each other, 12, 14 and 16 place. Seems like there's going to be insert 13 and 15 in between. That's going to be Group A teams. But we might actually have a high chance of Impala Circle. Please be Impala. Don't. Yes, thank you, game. We might actually have it there. It's right on top of Impala.
After countless amount of times for us to ask for an Impala Circle, finally we get it. Oh man. Okay, here we go. Okay. But I want like an Impala Circle. Don't go pull out to like, you know, away from Impala all of a sudden and give us a surprise. We want inside Impala with a multi-terrain area, a little bit of water in it. That will be the best final business.
Now, we're gonna have to wait and see. I think that all the teams are trying to get themselves as fast as possible to be in the center of Impala. They're knowing the fact that sort of circle will be so punishing if you rotate it very late. The teams that are coming out very late will be gatekept by so many others, and not just that, they might actually get the prime spot to take covers because it's quite scarce for them to have covers on top of Impala. Now, speaking of the team that are trying to rotate, they heard those gunfires and BTR decided to go forward, but they heard those gunshots, made a bit of a U-turn. While ZenKT actually doing it smart and doing it fast. They're taking the street all the way, the main road, and it's pretty decent for them to have those low grounds, but still cover themselves at the foot of the mountain.
Boom Esports now against RRQ, and they took out No Mercy. The best survivor for RRQ, eliminated by Boom. So now RRQ, no best survivor. Have to depend on someone else, or maybe switch up their strategy to not needing to focus on survivability, focus on getting more elimination points and make us happy.
That's true. We are already happy with this sort of circle, definitely. But on the side of Boom, despite their quite aggressive early start now, feels like they taste a bit of their own medicine, attracting so much unwanted attention while the other teams are migrating themselves. Yummy May, Razy, Pombic got himself the compound, but Pygmy Dimsy a bit too far, tried to gain as much information as he can to relay back towards the rest of the roster.
So, information sent. And that's going to be pretty much about it, since they now don't have the manpower. They need to wait for more bodies to fly before they can truly execute big stuff against other teams, at least on an equal ground when it comes to the number of players. But even though we got a circle that is tucked to the right side where Impala is at, to my slight surprise is that we don't see more fights than what we already have.
True. And also regarding the chat, we do have a bit in the future, so we have a slight delay to respond to it. I do want to point out a bit of a fact coming up from me. I already asked directly to it Sir Tani, Vampire's coach, when will Ravenclaw play? He mentioned last season he will never play again. He will be on the coaching staff, probably be an analyst alongside Sir Tani to figure out what's best for the team. Despite he was the IGL, but Vampires needed him as his consultation regarding analysis side. But the circa 100% Impala, we might actually have some teams resort to swimming club.
Oh, yep, we might see that, but we'll definitely see RNG going out. But just to add on to the Ravenclaw thingy, that was actually planned during PMGC. Fun fact. Yeah, it's just that they took another season with him, and obviously now he's going to be on the bench at least. But for Roy, they will not be on the bench. They might be in the lobby soon now that they've lost another player. And XERXIA, revenge served. but the rest of Roy, they're on the high ground. So XERXIA, if they were to show themselves, then the other members of Roy could probably get revenge on the XERXIA even more.
True. And what's quite alarming on the side of Roy's condition is going to be the point that will carry over for last chance. It's going to be tough if they didn't actually score around 20 points just to get into the last stage later on. There's going to be a huge hike for them to just catch up towards all the rest of the team during the last chance here with only 20 points in their hands. That's barely 20 points. Hopefully they can score 6 more points across 2 more maps, including this one, to just get slightly a better advantage, slightly a better more points than they're starting off.
Yeah, I mean, okay, as of now, 15 points, 2 players left, with 16 teams available. Oh man, this feels like a deja vu, you know. It almost feels like every round that Roy has been going through. I don't know about this, about Roy. It's kind of hard. But at least, okay, right side, Roy has that high ground, which is pretty nice. It's just that they need to prepare to defend themselves against incoming teams. But speaking about defense, Vampire Esports and BTR. Here we go.
At the moment we switch over to Vampires, 2 of them bleeding out already with straps barely alive. Stone on there then will be left to bleed to dry. BTR, here comes the rush, they're not even hesitating, and Tony K towards the nade. Bit too late as Luck already dropped him to his knees with a DBS. Nexus going to ring around the rosy around the doors. Well, the last player of Vampire still stands. How do they survive this?
Line spray into the smoke. Satan to the right side. There's his target, and Vampire Esports eliminated with only 1 point this time.
Vampires, we mentioned them just now. Things just going really sour for their side. BTR on there then might you dig the same grave where they actually buried the rest of Vampires, because Team Flash seems to be very interested on pushing forward, but goes a bit more careful, very meticulous regarding whether to go in or not. These Avis a bit more engagement here as well since the start of the last round. They do have more active navigation throughout the map and getting more eliminations in early stage of the game as well. But we do have a bit of a shift of circle. Boom might actually have the center of it, but FaZe Clan's compound is quite solid.
Oh yeah, I know, right? With the terrain surrounding them, perfect fortress for that team. And for TODAK, it's not good news for them, because right now they don't have the circle, then the blue is just right behind them. But it's probably even worse for Roy last we saw them. But we're going to check out what's going to happen here with RRQ without no mercy from the lower ground fighting against PIGMY.
Brinky bleeding out. It's not being saved as Snake, just making sure that it will translate into 1 point for RRQ. RRQ, the only thing that's stopping them from just rushing into PIGMY's compound is going to be due to the terrain. They don't have those high elevations. They hardly can visualize, barely can see exactly where the positions of each of the player of PIGMY. But the moment they hike up, they will expose themselves to a different trouble entirely. If Crit VIP happen to be interested towards all the audio cues on this side, that will be trouble brewing up for Snake because of how those elevation of Crit VIP can easily take them down.
So Asa for the lower ground, almost getting bombed. Oh, not even to let them find a shot. Thanks to the support fire by Yummy on the other side. Pombit is still alive. And now Yummy will come in onto Asa. Spray by Yummy. Knocked down. Out in the open. Asa will get a point instead.
Willingly giving his body to his side of Vasai. So just have a bit of a reload and needs to just visualize Pombit, but Pombit managed to flee by. At only 2 HP left. TODAK will be eliminated at 0. There's first 0 across the map here. And for Vampires, at least he scores 1. These Davis, they need to just rush into the safe zone. It won't be great if they just overextend their stay here, where there's going to be a lot of gatekeepers.
Wow, nice cover fire by Nate to support his teammate, Paragon. Oh man, that was so good of teamwork there by D Xavier. My goodness. Okay, now without the circle, let's see how D Xavier is going to work things out.
Nate, start to move. I think it's going to be difficult entry for these Xaviers, really. They might actually just have to buy them a bit more time or wait for the rest of the other teams to be taken out here. Sam9, Brian, and BT are having a bit of exchange of knockdowns. XERXIA, oh, well, it's all about the swimming time for XERXIA, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess you called it earlier on, and we're going to see it right now. But look at the elimination feed as well. BTR going up against 7-9. That picks out La Par. But on screen instead we have Olio. Okay, eyes onto D Xavier. D Xavier without circle still. We're back on the BTR now with Gen Force down. Whoa! Doesn't matter.
Sam 9, 4 eliminations, scored themselves at 13th place, while BT are having a bit of a reset before FaZe Clan spot them out. But we're not talking about FaZe Clan right now because these Xaviers on the run, they are on the move. But YOODO Alliance, if they're not being careful, if they tunnel their vision too much on what's in front, they might have some problems at the back.
That smoke, if only that smoke wasn't there, Leos would have gotten a good clear shot, but wasn't the case, unfortunately. As for RRQ, who lost no mercy early, out at number 12 with 2 elimination points. Circle time goes into the middle, and FaZe Clan still with the fortress and the circle.
The best place they can be here, but unfortunately, FaZe Clan cannot pick out due to the elevations of the mountain behind them. There's going to be a couple of teams right on top of those mountains. These Xaviers on that end playing in an open space and area, taking the fight against YOODO Alliance, but they can just slowly push into the circle. But the moment they step into the edges of the rim of the circle, BTR will start to shoot them down. So they have to deal with YOODO Alliance and wrap things up, unless YOODO Alliance just obliterate the entirety of these Xaviers.
Well, go time here for YOODO Alliance onto these Xaviers. Shots fired by Leons, putting focus on the Paragon on the other side. Nate onto him. Leons lost the fight, so that's going to be one down, but they traded back by knocking out Paragon instead. Behind Paragon, Shadows, the last man standing now. Lamborghini, he was out fairly earlier on. And now it's only down to the last man to fight against YOODO Alliance.
I think Jimmy knows exactly where he's at here for Shadows or Levi, aka the same person, because he saw the silhouette across just now, but TALON is there. YOODO Alliance, oh boy, this is not great. They're coming in from every angle here. TALON cleaning up as a cleaning up crew. The housekeeping team is here to take both team out.
What a huge distraction. And because of that, D Xavier is still in the game. You can see that TALON, they're not yet interested in D Xavier. They want to play from the inner side of the circle instead. And if any blockage would happen, they will block D Xavier from the inside.
This Xavier is being saved by TALON in that case then. They almost got obliterated by YOODO Alliance, but the one that actually kept them from behind just now saved them. TALON not interested into the Xaviers, but just giving away the positions once more. Mystery finish off Nate without even breaking any sweat. It's down to Shadows, and that's gone as well. TALON finish off the remainers of the Xaviers, taking 2 teams into the pocket. It's going to be 6 eliminations in the back.
Well, now 14 points more for D Xavier in the final game to equal up the amount of points held by Alter Ego last week. So let's see if they can pull that off. Now, looking at the left side of the circle, 3 teams next to each other, including Team Flash and BTR.
Don't forget about FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan start to open fire against BTR now. TALON, BTR, and also Team Flash happen to be in triangle, and FaZe Clan make it the 4th person, but they do have a bit of disadvantage when it comes to the terrain itself. Hardly visualized on BTR and Team Flash at the current moment. Crit VIP is around the other side of a corner. I think that's the last play. No, they still have a full squad.
Boss passing by in front of him. GeForce fires back. One nade sent off the side of GeForce. Shredded down to 50% of health. GeForce fires back, but Kwan's going to come in from the other side to knock down Satar.
Kwang switch it over. DBS gonna do all the work. CQC on not mid-range. Still DBS kind of trying in that victory. Kwang switch it over for his pen in case somebody starts shooting. But Ghost already trying to cook up the nade, but there will be nobody for him to taunt us out because of the distance between them. Young take it on Axel. TALON, they are in shambles.
Also to note that FaZe Clan still has the circle, my goodness. And now a lot of pressure on the side of TALON. Fires back. It's Yoru. But Yoru's got to be careful. One last kick of help onto him. Deco blown up, nowhere to go. And they don't have the circle as well. So they got about 20 more seconds to decide how they're going to do this.
If FaZe can really scores the chicken for this map, Cloud, we are the GOAT. We actually called this one out before. So if it happens, it's on us, okay? We're gonna get to take a credit away. But speaking of crit VIP, they're taking out PIGMY from afar just now across the other side. And I'm not sure how far they are from the circle. Are they even playing in the blues? And not really. Still having a full squad. 4 teams, 3 teams with a full squad. The rest is going to be trio. 6 teams remaining. With Team Flash slowly chip down the remainers of Talon.
Oh man, I don't see any way out for Talon now. Brave by Kwang. And Talon is suffering at this moment. Yoru is out of his vehicle. In fact, they don't have any more vehicles. I don't know how Talon is going to get out of this.
Team Flash quite splitted about, trying to spread the angles, making sure they have as much information as possible. But for the side of Talon, the only way for them to actually survive this is trying to climb down the hill, slowly playing around the corners where FaZe Clan at, and make a slow and silent entry towards FaZe's compound. But they have to fight Team Flash either way, because Team Flash is putting them on a leash and too tight for them to just break about.
Yeah, it's like pick your poison up for Talon. Try to take out Team Flash or go down and face FaZe Clan. Nade after nade sent out the side of Yoru. Oh, the nade just beside him! Beautifully done by Kwang. Yoru down on his knees. And now only one player left, and that is going to be misery for Talon. With the blue onto him. No way for him to save Yoru now.
No mercy given at all. Look at the nades flying. Misery in miserable position indeed. Oh my, he can still save Yoru. But look at Ghost already cooking it up. If Ghost land this one, lucky enough, he didn't clip, but the Blues start to burn them alive as well. They need to have the reset. They have a couple of first aid, but it's going to be Yoru giving all the first aids. Never mind. They actually passing the first aid to Misery. And so he's going to be holding the last baton here for Misery.
Yoru actually survived that. That was like navigating through a landmine field. Oh, man, that was crazy by Yoru. Oh, blew onto them.
Yoru is sacrificing himself for the sake of Misery there, giving all his first aid and taking the bait for the rest of Talon. Yeah, Yoru is just being such a big sacrifice for Talon. Now there's going to be a lot pressure on the side of Misery, so we'll pull it through for Talon. While Crate VIP finally showing up in the northern side, they capitalized over the north.
Oh, here we go, Crate VIP. Maybe if they get the circle, because now there's a road between some of these teams. How far will it go? It goes up north! Crate VIP has a chance!
But FaZe, they have to get out from their comfort zone with Boom still lurking around at the edges of the circle here. Crate VIP, they have those elevations and slightly a bit of the northern side of the circle. Now, they're all waiting for the right time to move in, while Misery just going to play the healing game, lasting himself long enough to be at least 4th place until the dust settles. But the zone is not that forgiving, doesn't have anything anymore.
Yep, and that is it for Misery. Talon is out. Good fight against Team Flash. I'm not gonna lie there. They held on really, really long, especially when the nades rained down onto them. And they still survived that somehow, but nothing can out-survive the blue.
Crate VIP slowly marching in, but like you mentioned, the open road is going to be the death bat for many players who try to cross it if they're not being careful and not being quick enough. But here comes Team Flash, might want to challenge Boom next.
Oh, Team Flash, one player after another knocked down by FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, who was behind them. Mela putting pressure back onto Crate VIP. But for Team Flash, one rotation and they lost so much.
They forced themselves in the middle of a crossfire and just broken the formation of how many teams actually have their eye towards the audio queue of their vehicles just now. Crate VIP Putra will try to position himself. Kwang might be spotted out. Putra tried to spray onto his side. He got knocked down. It's going to be Kwang taking advantage of the rotation of Crate VIP. The last player of Team Flash still have the fight in him.
Wow, okay. They probably didn't notice that Kwang was there and Putra got punished for it. Immediately taken out by Kwang, the last member of Team Flash. Now for the rest of Crate VIP, information relayed back onto them. The fact that they still have someone out of the circle, I guess they're going to hold this ground for now.
Now, how do Crate VIP want to march in here? It's quite an open field, and Kwang is still down at the foot of a hill. We'll make sure that he will shut down all the entrances coming up from the side of Crate VIP. But Boom is nearby as well. But lucky enough for Kwang, Crate VIP told their vision towards Boom instead of him, so he's quite safe in the center between of these two teams.
At this moment, he will wish that he has an invisibility cloak. Oh man. And hopefully other teams cancel out each other so they can go up as high as possible. But now Kwang has to fight back. He got one knock, but Iron Pro fires back onto Kwang, and that is it for Team Flash.
Now FaZe and NKT will still have the domination of the Reds down there, because all the ones that actually having a top 4 all having red color on their logo. It's all about the color, boys and girls. But back on the side of FaZe Clan, they're fighting their way through the smoke. Might spot out NKT. NKT will have to force out where they were hiding before because of how the circle shifted away, and FaZe happened to be in the center. Can they hold their ground here?
Oh yes, so far so good for FaZe Clan. They came out of their fortress nice and safe, not losing anyone. But NKT, they were quiet for the longest time, and now it's their turn to get in.
2 eliminations right now secured by the side of NKT. They do have some slight advantage over the slopes where they are hiding themselves from the eyes that's spraying towards the side. But FaZe Clan split it into 2-2 formation. Boom Frenzy try to open up the flank angle. Crit VIP will be the one to chip off by the blue zone. That one singular player left, but FaZe found an opening. Shot down on Razy. FaZe always plays himself in the top 4 without any chicken yet in the top 3 overall rankings. Can they finally secure 1 chicken here?
Here we go, Boom Esports on top of this hill. One of the good positions in this current situation. As for NKT on the lower ground, we're going to the stage 9, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the stage where the circle closed entirely, and if we take that into consideration, FaZe Clan actually is in the best position.
FaZe Clan having a 4v4 probably against NKT, while Boom having a trio, but Boom trying to sort things out with NKT first. If Boom just decide to just go into NKT's place where they are positioned themselves, this is going to be 100% sure of FaZe Clan's chicken here.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus, other teams might cancel each other and not put the focus into the middle because they might need to focus on the side. Now we can see Boom going up to the high ground. Oh, Mela needed out by the god. Okay, this could be a plot twist.
FaZe Clan start to take a bit of both teams poking NKT and also Boom at the same time, but Bombit miniature exploded. Ventura down there. Razy trying to find the visualization to the side of FaZe. Found Ondas. What a spray, a crispy one. And Razy just stopped in halfway here when he was throughout the entire day. He just come in with the rest of Boom, and now he's doing so much job. FaZe Clan, they open up fire too early, and this cost them the entirety of the chicken dinner.
Well, it's not over yet for FaZe Clan. You see a Momo against together with Mela, and somehow Mela is managed to recover himself. Momo fires back, NKT eliminated. And now Crit VIP as well. FaZe Clan versus Boom Esports. So for sure, again, we'll get a red color logo team for this chicken dinner. One more to go.
1v1, Razy versus Woman. And here comes Razy with a UMP.
Yo!
He's got back. FaZe Clan, after such a hurdle here today, finally they can seal the deal and get themselves for once a taste of the chicken. Multiple times they got themselves the top 4, but never the chicken. The only team that didn't score any chicken in the top 3 early on finally put a number in that chicken slot of a 1.
You cast this thing, it's going to be a plot twist. No, it's not going to be a plot twist because it is FaZe Clan we're talking about.
We called it early, so we're definitely the GOAT here, Cloud. We called it. Right?
Yeah.
FaZe Clan is the map they're gonna get the chicken. And it was before even the game started, so we did our prediction right this time.
Yes, we're going to claim that, ladies and gentlemen. You heard that first. You can rewind this broadcast, and we already mentioned FaZe Clan from the start. And with that, we have a streak of red logo teams scoring the chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's kind of true. And today we'll complete the sequence, or we'll be finished off by a different team by the end of the day. But look at the numbers, they don't lie. Mormon doing so much work for the team. Despite his damage not the most received, he's hiding himself quite well. 7 eliminations with 7 throws used. While the side of Mela, he dished out quite a number of damage. Same goes for the side of Bomsons, but they're giving it towards Mormon and also Venturas to finish off the translation of the point.
I want to see the Mormon dance, but hopefully we get to see that in the interview if they're the ones to be interviewed. But what we'll get to see right now is going to be Mormon coming up with 7 eliminations, 756 damage, 100 damage received, some 44% team contribution, and he survived the longest, obviously, because he was the one to pull out the clutch. 29 minutes and 4 seconds survival time.
We're definitely going to have a players cam later on, and we get to see hopefully the moment dance in their replay and highlight later, so don't miss that, guys. But when it comes to the match recap, different flags flying over this side, but we have a bit of a tint of a red which is going to be flashed just at the edge of it, but it's going to be the domination of the red teams here: FaZe Clan, Boom, Crew, VIP, and Team Flash.
And let's check out the best moments here by FaZe Clan. Here we go, FaZe Clan. Though not more than 10 eliminations, well, no one else got more than 10. But it's still 19 points with the chicken dinner. That is all that matters here. And the other teams within the double-digit bracket is going to be PUBG Esports, still on the roll from their previous chicken dinner, and Quick VIP with 10 points collected this time. And we have a lot of reds up here, including BTR, NKT, and TALON.
I assume next season we're going to have all the logos changed into red color, possibly, just because. But we don't have too much zero. That's a good sign. This one is set for TODAK. That's going to be a 0 point this round. Vampires, unfortunately, as it goes for the side of Roy. Vampires, at least they still have a play tomorrow, but Roy not so much. But that's quite alarming. I don't know how they will actually play for their last map later.
Yeah, we need to see how they go back to the drawing board on the Saturday match. But now, D-Xavier, okay, 114 points. One more game to go to maybe or maybe not overtake Alter Ego in terms of the most points collected, which is 129. So they are now 15 points away from evening up the number.
Doable, definitely doable. Or they can test things out. They are pretty comfortable themselves. FaZe versus Boom. Now this is going to be the comparison between the two teams here, with 45% slightly towards the top 4 rate of FaZe Clan. Throwables definitely on the side of FaZe Clan as well. Except for the placement points, we do have a bit more slightly on Boom's side. But when it comes to the eliminations of the leader between the two teams, Mormon and Razy. Razy has been very sharp with the sprays, and Mormon has been very daring to push himself forward to work in the smoke. and find himself those eliminations.
I like how we're comparing the two players that 1v1 each other towards the end earlier on. They happen to have the same stats, but obviously Mormon came out on top, and he was really smart to also utilize the nade in front of that landed right on top of Razy. So that was a really good creativity by Mormon. And when it comes to the gunslingers, so FaZe Clan had the most damage out, 2086. Boom, not too far away, 1977. And then we have a decent gap with Team Flash, 1794. And then Crit VIP, 1417. This is also Crit VIP's best round today.
Yep, and it feels like they can maintain themselves up there, but it's all about the overall rankings. We do know when it comes to the numbers that tally up, can they maintain the position, because some teams are not playing tomorrow, and that's going to be the one that watching from the bench and biting their nails. But it's going to be a red day indeed, Clown. We do have BTI and KTD, Xavier's Boom and FaZe. Who's the red color? Did score any chicken for today yet?
Talon! Looking at you guys now, okay? No pressure, Talon. But I kind of wish that FaZe Clan actually used the red color logo instead of the alternate logo. So we got a little bit more red. But okay, I'll take that. We'll still claim it as one of the red teams anyway.
Yep, will be as we put our prediction out Talon for the next one, or will we finish off by like how YOODO Lions just squeezed in yesterday to finish off the day and just cutting off the non-stop red winning over teams when it comes to the logo. It's all about the colors, nothing about the mechanical and skills.
Yep, we just want it to be filled with a red logo teams. That's all we want right now. That's all we want. But can't think about it, right? YOODO Alliance yesterday, they were great. They got 2 chicken dinners yesterday, but today was kind of quiet for YOODO Alliance. You gotta think about it.
That's kind of true. They tried, but they really tried to get those eliminations, but it's just during their rotation they got caught off guard. So when it comes to that kind of circle, which we don't have a lot, which was in Pala before, quite unpredictable for some teams, so that's resulting them to be a bit slightly uncomfortable with the navigation that they used to have, which we had a lot of water treatment before.
You know, this worries me about the YOODO Alliance. If you remember last season's PMSL Grand Finals, YOODO Alliance, they were amazing day 1. They got like 3 chicken dinners in day 1, and then day 2, day 3, they just went missing. So I don't know, is this the trend of YOODO Alliance? Like you have a great day, and then the next day you kind of went AFK. So we're starting to see a pattern here, and if that's going to be the case, then hopefully they'll be able to work out something to get out of that.
It feels like they cannot move on with a peak performance game that they still live in the past instead of focusing on present. So hopefully that's not going to be the case for some teams. I wouldn't say just YOODO Alliance in that sort of circumstances. There are some teams that are pretty much facing the same sort of trouble when it comes to trying to carry forward their momentum for the next map. Especially some teams, even like, I'm not going to say BTR is actually dropping the ball, no. BTR did that also earlier today when they scored themselves chicken, and the next one they went 0.
Well, in the case of BTR, they got 80 plus points by now, so it's like, BTR, you'll be like, I'm just looking forward to see where I can shop my elephant pants, you know.
I think they're probably going to go the same spot for all the other teams out there as well, because they don't have that much time to just go for window shopping, and it's just a one-day trip for them. Plus, all the pattern that they actually have pretty much similar from one to the other, probably from the same shop, perhaps. Yeah,
because I noticed that on the social medias of the Indonesian players from various teams, from Boom and all that. Obviously, we saw the Peko wearing it. All of them are having the same pants. So they probably went shopping together, and it's like, oh, you want one? Or you want one? And maybe they bought it in a bundle and probably got a good deal out of it.
Yeah, maybe they're just distributing all the players. Like, we went shopping here today. Who didn't actually get a day off on Saturday and still have to grind for it? Don't worry, we actually bought you guys something just to have a bit of motivation to get into the Super Sunday. Speaking of the Super Sunday, which team's actually in the red zone here who didn't score himself in the 80s? Now that should be the team that we are focusing on to, because like we mentioned before, Group C, this is going to be their last run. Who's in the Group C? BTR, RRQ, YOODO Alliance, Crit VIP, FaZe Clan, NKT, D Xaviers, and VOIN. Unfortunately, we have confirmed Roy will have to grind towards the last chance stage.
And now that you're listed down all those teams, okay, clearly some of those teams are definitely going to go through to Super Sunday, unlikely to drop the ball. But for the other teams that are like in the middle bracket, like even like you say like Crit VIP and all that, they have a healthy amount of points to start off their last chance qualifiers. So it feels like it kind of indicates that Group C might be the actual group of death.
But we also noted that Group B, all of them last week went through Super Sunday. It's just the start of the day for Group B, Cloud. They're just warming up their fingers. Tomorrow is going to be a different story. And one of the leading team in Group B is going to be Boom. They are shooting their numbers high up here.
Yeah, I know, right? Boom Esports. And let's not forget, they only started their campaign today. So that's one point to pick as well. But gotta give it to them. Boom Esports, they had a rough start here. The first 3 rounds for them wasn't great, but when we came back from the break, it's like a whole different Boom Esports. Like all of a sudden, it's like boom all the way. And if I were to imagine what happened behind the scenes, unfortunately, I can't show the audiences what might happen, but I can put out a sticker in our group and you will see what I mean.
But we do have the Tachibana twins. Are they playing together or not? Because Jan was just being swapped out back. And last map we might have Zaxi still play. When it comes to the line, I just missed one more. Who's the furthest right? Yep, they're just gonna put back Leon. The Zaxi is out. It's back to the original lineup on the side of BTR here.
Yes, and looks like we're going to come back to some of the original players who started the day. And to note that, to Choo-Choo, I already put out the sticker. So that's probably what happened behind the scenes. Okay. More. Okay, I love this guy. Like, can we have more moments? You know what? This is an content idea, right? Compilation of moments. I would so dig that.
My God, I'm looking at the sticker. I've never seen this side of cap before, but we're going to talk about later on because we're heading into our last Mirama map of the day. When it comes to Group C, this is going to be their last game in the group stage. Let's just have a look in Mirama.
Oh, trust me, that sticker is real. Yeah, it's not a made-up sticker. But anyway, last game here for today, ladies and gentlemen. Also the last game for Group C, by the way, to note as well. Flight path is going to cut across Lost Learners all the way up to Oasis. So a lot of these common areas able to be a direct drop for all our teams. Now, I guess we're kind of happy with the Impala Circle. Would you say so?
I'm still distracted with the sticker. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I have an even worse sticker that if I was to put out here.
Oh, please do. Please give it to me, man. I mean, with the shirt that he's wearing with the beast and he's doing that. You know, I never seen this side of him. I'm like, whenever we gonna meet again, this one particular person. I already said his name before. I probably have.
Yeah, that.
I'm sorry, guys. You guys can never know what we're having behind the scene here right now.
I do have another sticker that involves yummy and shaking. So if I were to put that out, that's it. Yeah. So that's a very sensitive. That's a very private sticker.
Private me, that one. You guys not gonna get this. Sorry, guys. You guys are missing all the drama. But we're definitely having fun there. But I definitely want to see. They actually do stickers for this. My God.
Yeah. I forgot who actually sent me the sticker. It was either the BTR manager. I think it was the BTR manager who sent me the sticker. Yeah.
Oh, they got the time to do stickers? Wait, what?
Well, I guess now you know what managers and coaches do while the players play, right? They create stickers. Oh. Shout out to Pando as well, manager for BTR. Your team is doing great today.
Yeah, I think we need more stickers for all the teams and regionals out there regarding their behind the scenes. So the players, whenever they messed up, we just spam the stickers away for them to make them relive the moment of what really happened behind the scene once more. But the circle not really on top of the pile this time, Cloud. It's slightly towards this center, but not too central as we had around water treatment, but still comprise a big part of it. I think this is a bit more generous for our last map of the day.
Yeah, after having a tuck to the side circle, like the circle gods decide to like, okay, it's Group C's last game anyway, so we'll give you a cool one. Might as well. And I guess to me, it's like, okay, I'm happy with my Impala circle. I guess you are as well. We'll give them a break for the last round.
That's true. And I do want to see at least Roy getting himself in the 20s, you know? If Roy... Is it just me or... I thought Roy had 16.
Roy's at 15. Right?
I'm being delusional, I guess.
Okay, because they went out 0 the last round.
Oh yeah, 5 points. I mean, Roy, this is gonna be the last round. At least start the last chance stage at 20. It will be so much of a help and very impactful to be in the 20s to go for the last chance later on. Whilst TODAK, I mean, I'm not gonna highlight too much about TODAK until tomorrow because they still have one more day. But when it comes to the progress of their points, this is quite something that they focus on to, because they already done 5 maps. It's 1 point average per map.
And you know what Sir Tanny must be feeling behind the scenes right now? It's probably feeling like
we should have
like
Sir
this now.
Tanny's.
Yeah.
This is so cute. This is how we imagine Sir Tanny. He's like the gentle father figure for me. He's a very kind person, by the way.
He's hilarious.
He is funny. He's super funny.
He's funny.
His sarcasm is so funny sometimes.
Yeah, he's hilarious. So that's why he's always like the meme guy for some reason.
You know what? I noticed something regarding the coaching staff at Wait, Stone. Tam, that's gonna free shot. No, Tam. Oh, this is a free shot, but Stone,
What? How
did he miss that? No, Tam.
Tam? Hello, Tam? Hello? Hello, Tam? Hello? How you miss? Tam? Really?
It was a clear shot, bro.
Bruh. That was arguably the biggest whiff that we have seen the entire season so far.
I get it, they have a bit of a roof with the Daisy, or was it a Mirado? But that was a clear shot, man.
Yeah, you would expect a bit more for somebody who has been in the scene for quite a while.
I thought it will at least resort to some knockdown or even a tiny piece of HP left for Stone. No grudge against anything, I don't have anything against Vampires, but it was a clear shot.
Now I would like answers. I would like to know what actually happened there. So if for some weird reason the manager, Nazmi, is actually watching the English stream and not the past Malaysia stream for once, send me a text now. I want an explanation so we can read it on stream.
Oh, now, okay, we're back by the coaching stuff, right? Before that surprising moment happened, the odd surprising moment happens. Now, if you actually notice across all the coaching staff of Southeast Asia region, I'm talking just Southeast Asia, by the way, the better the teams actually get their performance. I don't know too much about Vietnam, maybe because of we do have a slight language barrier and most of them don't speak English, but the Thai, the Indonesian coaches are so funny if you compare with the Malaysian coach, which is so serious.
You have a good point. But serious is translated into the battleground here for FaZe Clan, and they're up against a group VIP at the moment. Oh, the funny guy went down to Bill.
Now, speaking of funny or not, this doesn't seem too funny on the side of both teams as they're creating 1v1. Oh, head-to-head, face-to-face, and Bill. He just shooting up. We got Burn and Barbecue. Bill it is on the run. But down to only 2 players on the side of FaZe Clan. Bill finally have to settle down with his fires burning over that side. Onzon's finish off the knockdown players. It's a heavy casualty for both teams with Create VIP. 1 more player remaining.
Crit VIP. At first, they got the first knock, but oh, okay, let's see what newbies can come up with. Goes in past the door, but never mind about that.
Oh, 3 left on the side of FaZe Clan. Create VIP. This is what I mentioned just now. Feels like the more funny the coaches get, the better the team can actually fight.
Oh. I'm trying to.
Not saying.
I'm trying to find a pattern there, right? Like, okay, funny coach. Which team has a funny coach? Okay, BTR doesn't have a funny coach. But anyway, okay, we'll hang that thought for a second because YOODO Alliance does have a funny coach, which is Goku. And now they're being the third party against FaZe Clan.
Oh, FaZe Clan, they just managed to get themselves back up on their feet. Not the entire reset. Yeah, Victorious wants to heal himself. Not enough time. But they're trying to just nade themselves on the corner for YOODO Alliance to stop their and their forward advancements towards this compound. But will it be enough? FaZe Clan Mela fighting for his life against a trio of YOODO Alliance.
Mela comes in, past the smoke. On the left side, there's one player. He probably got the audio kill. And now on the right side, there's more to come. Mela 1v3. But Fluke! Wait! Fluke! From afar! Knocking down one member of YOODO Alliance. Mela got some help.
Oh, a jump shot coming in, and YOODO Alliance, despite Mela got slight help, but it's not done for YOODO Alliance yet, because we do know vampires are eyeing out towards the rest of the YOODO Alliance members. But we have to circle straight into Hacienda de Patron, where nobody's in the center, nobody coming up from the north except for Roy. Now, Roy, this is the time for you to shine.
Oh yeah, okay, Roy. Okay, now I'm sorry, big logo teams. I'm rooting for Roy right now. They are in my prediction, just saying. But here we go. RRQ took out a member of Team Flash and Batman. It's not in the good spot as well. Out in the open with Napeko looking down and spraying over onto Batman.
The problem is Napeko cannot overpick due to Sam Nines taking a bit of a jab from afar. With a mini 14, Brian managed to tap down slightly some damage to the side of Napeko to reposition himself. Batman, well...
Sent back to Gotham City. But at least the good news for Team Flash is that they still play tomorrow. So for day 1, 28 points is still okay. But okay, to be fair, Team Flash is not out of it. Just said they can still collect points. But for RRQ, it's going to be their last round. And with the Napeko down, it's not the player that they want to lose.
Now, FaZe Clan probably going to be safe with 85 points by end of tomorrow. We did set a benchmark for them to get into the Super Sunday. And Creep VIP, not so much at 67. They might actually be pushed down by the teams coming up from Group A tomorrow. So they have to wait and bite their nails, hoping nobody will overtake them. High chance they will. YOODO Alliance also will have their last round here today. So they still have a shot at it. Still have full squad alive. RRQ pretty much in the same boat right now. But they have one man knocked. I'm not sure if there's going to be any savior for that one man still bleeding out.
Napeko, it was, and the last we checked, he was quite far from his teammates, and there were crosshairs on him, so I don't know. It's probably just a matter of time now. But Sam 9 taking out the members of Team Flash, and there's only one player left, and the other members of RRQ now, Sam 9, gonna change their focus on the RRQ next, perhaps.
Is it Sam 9 focusing on RRQ, or RRQ just trying to focus and take down on Sam 9 instead? Quite open space here for Snake. He has to be extra careful. You can see there's quite paranoid regarding his back here. Keep on checking if there's anybody from behind. And RRQ is spreading out quite thin themselves. And they do have a visitor coming up, Pygmy. Boom on the other hand, Lambo fighting Boom by himself. My God.
Oh, but Razy is there with high ground advantage, and he was safe with his teammates. Lambo taken out. Xavier left with 2 players. Now all of a sudden, I'm thinking that they will not break the record.
I chose to not. Lamborghini will not be safe. Origin just arrived, a sprayed. What a reflex coming out from the side of Boom. Pombit now switch it over to DBS. Shadows take down on Razy. And Pombit need to go back to manage to reset himself in a safe spot. Well, this is a time for the Shirker to string as well. RRQ got himself the center. Sem9 taking the center as well. While Xavier is still fighting for the survival here. They barely actually break the 159 points, which was last week's highest point. But can it be done by Shadows?
Oh, Shadows knocked down, now down to Paragin, the last man for Xavier. And he is out for the first time today. Xavier not getting any points at all. But it doesn't matter to them. 140 points. See you on Sunday.
Just hope today's performance, when it comes to the last 2 Miramar map, will not be carried over for their Super Sunday for the Xaviers. Because this must be devastating, despite they already secured themselves Super Sunday, but they never cheer, they never celebrate for these saviors until they actually lift the trophy. Now this also given the opportunity for BTR to close up the gap for a bit, but it don't really matter at this point, really, because I feel like BTR and FaZe Clan pretty much 100% secure for the Super Sunday. And speaking of BTR, that's where Team Flash taking them down.
Yeah, Team Flash is the team that could use extra points at this moment. But okay, Gosu 1v3. I also want to take a moment that the fact that Yummy was the one who kind of saved PUBGM Esports earlier on, and this is probably his sticker that how he celebrated. But anyway, coming back to BTR from the chase, and that is how they would take out Gosu, Team Flash. See you guys again tomorrow.
I'm definitely gonna save all these stickers away. I'm still waiting for the one that's prohibited one
Oh,
for you to
that-
directly send it to me.
That is haram.
Come on, I love haram stuff too sometimes, man. Come on.
Okay, alright. That is something that I can only show you in person.
Okay. I'll be waiting for us to actually meet one day, which we never actually do, unless for certain events, not for casting purposes. So remind me whenever you see me, okay? But speaking of the next one, we do have NKT. Can they push their numbers in the last map they have here into the 85 and above?
Oh, let's see here. 85 and above. Well, FaZe Clan 88 now, so I guess we can see them on Sunday as well. They can also go out and not buy elephant pads because they probably have a lot of specials. But for PUBGM Esports, they still need the points and the reason to go out and buy elephant pads, and they could have started off next with another team that was in front of them. But no, okay, they're going to avoid the fight, maybe.
And PUBGM is one scary team, a real big scary team. Why? Look at how they just played today, their first day, and they already climb up to the 8th place. And look at the numbers of scores they actually gained within 1 day of map rotation. Vampire taking out NKT. NKT, all they need to do is secure at least 10 more points. They cannot afford to go down now.
Well, the moment you mentioned NKT, they lost one player. But they have the circle, so it's okay for them. So NKT, so far so good. I'll be interested to see what happens on the northern side. We have a good amount of movement. But we're going to put our attention to Napeko now. And he has a Luxy in front of him, but looks like Luxy does not know that he's there.
Boom, Razy, Pombe, and Frenzy reposition, and XERXIA on top. XERXIA, where do they stand? But XERXIA is pretty much okay, I think, for their first day. Not the best round yet, but we can see they are growing when it comes to their adaptability throughout the game. YOODO Alliance also having the last round here. They only got 63 plus another 4, which can secure 67 points. It's still going to be around, they need to at least score in the 70s, just in case, just in case for this week. Roy made a bit of a progress, but they have knocked down. I'm not sure if they actually translate into 1 point.
Not yet. Probably soon, or maybe it's a long range. But speaking of translation, waiting to see if anything might happen to BTR. They were so close to PIGMY. My goodness, that was so scary for a moment.
But for PIGMY, they do have the compound, so I don't think BTR will try to take the risk and try to flush them out by going down. IQOO spotted out TALON. I'm not sure which angle of the fight is happening here right now. XERXIA spotted out LaPar. Oh my, we can see the nades flying over his side and just miss his ears. LaPar, on the other hand, will have to fight face to face with RNG. It's a bit of a nade galore, down to 30% of HP, 40% at that. 20, make it even lower. But LaPar, where are the rest of BTR?
Well, just behind him, that is. But I guess they're waiting for... They play the patience game. Just wait for RNG to come and find LaPar and expose himself instead. Oh, LaPar tries his luck on the right side, but nobody's there. RNG is still on the lower ground. And at least the fact that they are all within the circle, they don't really need to force the move.
The bigger question is why RNG is there alone. Of all the other teams and all his teammates still well and alive, XERXIA still having a 4 and RNG having to be popping randomly somewhere else where his team's at. Roy spotted out. Axel, don't miss this one. They got it cleared. Wait, are you kidding me? What's with the shots here today?
as scary as how Valak would look like. Oh man, okay, not as clear.
Scary at all.
Not as clear as Thumb's target, but yeah, this one could have been a straightforward knock as well for Valak.
Axel just slid down right in front of his crosshair just now. Are you kidding me?
Well, things just happen, and it's probably like, it's been a long day for them, and it's like last game, so maybe some of the concentration is starting to like slide away.
Wait!
Axel just finished off Valak. Are you kidding me? That one play that did not finish off by Valak will actually bite him back. And it's only one person right now. And Taz will have to hold the ground against the rest of Talon who's climbing up as well. This is going really south for Roy.
I mean, for a team that absolutely needs points, yeah, that is a mistake that, it's a tough mistake for them. And now without Valak, they are going to face up against Talon. And without the circle, Talon would definitely want to clear off their sides before moving into the circle.
Speaking of the circle, it's quite a far distance, almost 300 meters into this safe zone. But Roy, Jiminy is quite far from the back. Try to provide support fire, possibly, if Talon trying to pick out. But Sem9 and RQ are head-to-head and sending all three of them down. Azar is doing this by himself.
Oh, Azar! Wow, 1v3!
Oh.
Man, beautifully done. Hopefully we get to see a replay of that. But for Talon and Roy, Talon took out a couple of members of Roy, and now Roy only has 2 players left. So yeah, Talon, big comeback here against Roy.
Now, surprisingly, on the side of BTR, RNJ is the one that has been giving so much trouble to a side of BTR with early nades before by RNJ, but it's going to be a different team entirely. You just walk straight into RNJ's hiding spot. That's going to be Boom, but will be a trap for Boom because they're just arriving at the same time as BTR approaching and advancing towards the angle.
No BTR from the high ground, knocked down onto Razy. That's going to be the opening from Leon Punk. And they're probably going to look for more other members of Roy. They're circling around. Leon Punk tries to get more out of this. But they're also aware of other teams behind her, especially Vampire Esports.
As Zerja just finished off Roy instead of RRQ just now. Or maybe the other way around. I'm so confused. Was it YOODO Alliance? I have no idea because there's too many fights happening at the same time. Boom kind of cluttered up into a very small shack. Since they're being pressured by both sides, 2 different angles. They're going to be a bit of a swing if they want to survive. The Surger coming up from the back, BTR coming up from the front. Here comes the Nate Pomp. It might be clipped quite a bit. Yummy Man Frenzy back into the shack. They have to build bridges of smoke, but where to run for the side of Boom? They're surrounded by Pygmy. There's also BTR. There's also Searcher across them as well.
The only reason why they want to move around is so that they will not be nailed down one altogether by BTR. But BTR looks like they're going to stop and they're going to refocus again. But still keeping an eye on to Boom Esports. And if I were to look at their utilities, Lapa is out of nades. I believe same goes for the other members of BTR, so they're going to let that one go for now.
Yoru just healing up. Talon. There's also vampires, if I'm not mistaken, just on top of those mountains. If I got it wrong, sorry for that. But YOODO Alliance, yep, there's the vampires taking a bit of a compound. They might actually have a shot at winning the chicken here if the compound's still inside of the circle later on. But the circle will shift away. Will Pygmy in trouble? Yeah, not really, just slightly. But BTR's quite in the center. The small shack, Boom still holding on, will be very high value for them to take covers. Because Zerja will try to force the fight just to cut across to be in the safe zone.
But the team that I'm most worried for now is going to be Talon. 2 players, other side of the road, and at least 3 different teams looking at them. So if Talon can somehow get out of this, it's going to be a miracle again.
It's kind of true. If they want to cross the road, I don't know if they have enough smokes even for Talon to cross over the other side. Here comes Axel. Oh, he got himself stuck with those vehicles. You can hear him ramping up those oil and gas. XERXIA's on there then, tossing the nade towards Boom. Look at the nade. It's not really. It's Boom. Pombit taking on Z. It's the other way around. Megamind down to only 20% of HP left. Boom, if they take out XERXIA, at least the pressure is tremendously reduced to only one team to focus. That's going to be BTR.
Oh, XERXIA. How are they going to get in now? One of their players down. And Ursi on his knees as well. Megamind at the forefront against Boom Esports. Nathan on the side of Pombit. Pombit relocates himself onto the higher ground. Frenzy knocks down Leon Punk. Looks like Boom hitting two teams at the same time and they're doing well.
Technically, this is one of the best teams when it comes to swinging and flexing their strength. You give them so much pressure, they still manage to swing it over and just find their flexibility and how their reflexes against all the teams at the same time trying to shut them down. It's incredibly just mesmerizing. BTR, despite they try to push down, is down to only Luxy with the micro resist spot out Frenzy. But he chipped down to only 5% of HP left. Here comes Frenzy. He knows how much damage there is. And the spray. BTR bites the dust, but they're pretty much confirmed for the Super Sunday.
Yeah, don't poke the hornet's nest, and BTR paid for it. But anyway, like what you said, what do we do with BTR? Normally if you go around Bangkok, you catch them shopping. So yeah, take a chance, ladies and gentlemen.
That's true. You might actually have a bit of a spontaneous meeting up with your favorite players. PIGMY, Jabranki, spotted out XERXIA. That's going to be the last of XERXIA. Or maybe there's one more. There's two different angles. You have a lobby axe pressured by the blue zone. And the blue zone starts to close as well. He's not having too much space to advance here. With Dimsy giving so much trouble. And lobby will knock down by the play zone instead. While the last player of XERXIA around the right side of the corner cannot do much regarding this. The tap coming up from Jabranki just to get the points away.
Oh, lobby, there
Nope.
goes. Oh!
Nope.
Okay. All right. Very, very slick of lobby there to deny the point away from the hands of PIGMY. And now PIGMY, they would have wished they got that point. I mean, it's only day one for them, so they would want as many points as possible to be comfortable tomorrow.
But the one that actually have such a huge jump, Boom, despite they only played the least amount of maps regarding the top 8 teams up there, they still get themselves almost 10 eliminations. We're only Frenzy, the last player alive. But when it comes to the numbers, my god, they're going to have a great start tomorrow as well. As PIGMY, on the other hand, today is going to be also their first day. I think it was its second day. Jabranki and the rest of PIGMY spreading out, trying to find XERXIA's last player. Megamind it is.
Megamind, yes. Hold on to that position for the longest time. The last we saw him fight against a Boom Esports, and he was somewhere at the forefront of the fight, but he still survived it up till now. But another team who's actually doing well this round, Vampire Esports. Let's see if they can come up big finally.
Also, between Boom and PIGMY, these two teams from Group B having such a huge jump, including TALON. Well, we don't have the streak of a red anymore, and that's a team repeating of Gendo's Chicken, which can be NKT. We see a glimpse of Mr. Joe just next to YOODO Alliance, the other side of the hill, obviously. Jamie trying to feed off all the information. He might actually spot out UI if UI stands, but the problem is, are they already coming in? UI! Oh, man!
Okay. Discipline, ladies and gentlemen. Yohai probably knows that he's not going to hit the shot that easy, and that would just awaken Adit Luke to take him down. I don't know, maybe Yohai would try to survive the next stage of the circle. Now, the best that he can do is just to stay as quiet as possible. But Vampire Esports not going to stay quiet. But look, why? Why did he nade himself?
He fluked himself just now. That self-nade, maybe because surprised by the sudden attack of the teams that's coming in straight in the line of sight for the side of Vampires, which was NKT. And now the Blues start to shrink. Vampire Tony K, he needs to do some damage control against this, trying to stop NKT from advancing. Here comes the nade, dropping straight into it, Tiso, but just clip a little bit of it, at least got one knock, which is going to be triple F.
And Vampire Esports, at least they're fighting back. Oh! Stone shot from behind. And guess who? It's Megamind! That is Tony K got him back, but because of that, now Mr. Joe probably can beat him off! But YOODO Alliance had to be there to sort of save Tony K.
3 teams going down back to back, leaving us with only 4 teams left here, with YOODO Alliance still having a 4. PIGMY Sem9 has a 1. Vampires down to 1. Now, YOODO Alliance, this is going to be meaningful chicken dinner for them because this is going to be their last round of the day as Vampires being eliminated. First Sem9 down to 1. Last play of UI. And YOODO Alliance being spotted out by PIGMY. PIGMY, this is going to be their first day. They still have tomorrow, but YOODO Alliance, can they shoot up the numbers to be in the 80s in this last map?
What I'm worried for YOODO Alliance is now that Yuhai is behind them. Could probably backstab YOODO Alliance and bring us a plot twist. Ooh, it's going to be big because right now YOODO Alliance focusing on the PIGMY. Based on the minimap, they still don't know that Yuhai is there. And here we go. Okay, Yuhai. Oh, is he going to be the one to break YOODO Alliance's heart?
He can do whatever he wants to. Nobody knows where he's at, and Yuhai just waiting for the right time. He's still in his vehicle, knowing the fact the next circle is slightly around less than 100 meters away from him. If he needed to, he would go straight, just pushing the gas and go straight into the center. But no, he just jumps down, slightly hike up, down to only 40% of HP here. No first aid, nothing. But the blue zone is not that forgiving. It's quite open, nobody focusing on him.
And now that he's proning, no sound at all. And if we look at the arrow of YOODO Alliance, they're all looking forward.
Oh no.
Yuhai. Pull the trigger. Yuhai! Knocked out, but no! Not able to fit it on GBOP. Lucky enough for GBOP, and none of his teammates is there to fire back on the Yuhai. But that could be a signal for PIGMY to let's go, guys.
Now with one knockdown on YOODO Alliance, giving them a bit slight decapitating disable. PIGMY going in without thinking twice, back to 3v3. A 50-50 shot between these two teams. YOODO Alliance, they needed them more, but how much they are desperate to get this chicken away.
YOODO Alliance, they are fighting back towards PIGMY though. As we can see here, Leon took out one member of PIGMY. YOODO Alliance, 3 players versus 2 from PIGMY. The other side we got Jabranki coming in. That's why we're going to be Billboard. Billboard fired upon YOODO Alliance. They look, knocks him down to 50% health, make that 10% of health right now. YOODO Alliance on the chase.
Now only you have to deal with 2 players of PIGMY at the same time, with Billboard down to only 5%, reset himself to 80% of HP. Jamie trying to give a bit of a pressure on this side, but the grenade will be cooked by Jabranki to just fire onto Oleo. If he's not being careful, he might caught in the trap. Adeklu going for the far flank, while Oleo and Leon trying to take the forefront. Jamie and also the other side, which is going to be Adeklu possibly, or Oleo trying to open up the angles, going for the flank side. Now PIGMY, if they actually score the chicken, it's going to be them clutching now against 4 players of YOODO Alliance.
Here we go, YOODO Alliance. Oh, the molly was not Leon, so moving forward. And now Leon, who needs to win the fight 1v1 at least. And Leon won it! Leon won it, leaving only PG with Billboard. Billboard on the lower ground. And YOODO Alliance definitely will not let go of this chicken dinner. I mean, he's now down to his plastic of health. And YOODO Alliance will wrap things up. And as of yesterday, just like yesterday, they scored the final chicken dinner. This time, YOODO Alliance did it again.
Deja vu when it comes to the breaking of the streak of the red logo teams. The green have to squeeze in the very last minute, just like exactly how they did yesterday. You mentioned Cloud and YOODO Alliance. It feels like they save up all the energy they have left of the day for this last map.
Woo! All in for YOODO Alliance in this final game. Now it's all about looking for who is in the top 8 after this season, Jan. And while we calculate the scores for everyone, including ourselves as well, let's check out the scores from a YOODO Alliance. So they scored, wow, that's a lot of eliminations. That's 14 eliminations this round.
Another high-end frag here from YOODO Alliance. Last time we saw them in the 60s. Definitely already almost hitting the 90s by now with the extra 20 points plus another, around 24 points in total they just gained. They are 100% into the Super Sunday, I assume. But when it comes to the MVP, we have to give it back to Adik. Look, it's been a while, but it is always one of the best plays for YOODO Alliance.
6 eliminations, 874 damage, 670 damage received, 29% team contribution, and of course a maximum survival time of 29 minutes 5 seconds. YOODO Alliance is our MVP in this round. And let's not forget about the other top contenders. BOOM Esports, welcome back to a consistent performance. And we also have PIGMY there as the 2nd place finisher. And also we welcome back Vampire Esports, their best performance today.
Now, coming up from Group B, PIGMY and Boom definitely have another shot at tomorrow's games. But when it comes to how they score the chicken, let's have a glimpse of the last map of today, which is going to be Chicken Dinner from YOODO Live.
And here is YOODO Alliance, 24 points, more than doubling the number of PMSL Esports that got themselves 11 points, followed by PIGMY with 10 points, and Vampire Esports 9 points. Welcome back to page number 1. Other than that, RRQ, one of those teams who don't need to play some points because they got the firepower, 7 elimination points, and that is how they got the total points in this round.
Well, they're having a lot of zeros at the back. Only one these Avis, surprisingly. I mean, like, not really surprising. They are quite comfortable up there. All they need to focus for this grouping stage right now for the teams is going to be getting into the Super Sunday. They definitely, like, you know, we're going to give you guys a chance to gain yourself some points. So we're going to bat out a bit earlier for DX.
Yeah, I mean, Xavier, they'll be like, whatever, guys, you know. Not like we get a trophy if we overtake Alter Ego anyway. Because right now, the challenge is for the teams below them to overtake them, especially those who still have games to be played tomorrow.
For the top 4, I think that's why YOODO Alliance, we can see them smiling, assuring that they got more than 85 points. That's pretty much slightly beyond the benchmark we had set early on. So the top 4, I have almost 100%, because we don't know about tomorrow. Maybe 100% by this time, that they will actually go towards a Super Sunday. But NKT might be a bit shaky, because look at where Boom is actually. They're also in the first page as well as PIGMY.
And on page number 2, so yep, I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, Roy will definitely need to play the last chance qualifiers happening on Saturday. As for TODAK, after day number 1, still the only team to only have a single digit at 7 points. A lot more to do for TODAK coming back to the drawing board. But we're going to compare the 2 best players in this round. Look at Asar.
Asar just now, that was a big clutch. He did so much work by himself, 1v3. Definitely the team contribution will be towards his side here, majority of it. But damage-wise, almost similar. Eliminations on the other hand, more towards IQOO, maybe from the long range shot before.
Yes, and both of them, of course, are playing significant roles for their own team, especially Asa, who came out with a great clutch against Sam9 earlier on. But top 4 gunslingers. The YOODO Alliance, obviously, most eliminations, so 2,575 total damage, followed by RRQ. 7 eliminations, that's all they got, but they got 1,840 damage out, so they did a lot of work in this round. Followed by PIGMY with the second place finish, 1,732 damage, and PMSL Esports consistent since the second half of the day. But we'll pass it back to our host at the main stage.
Welcome back everyone, and now the last interview we are with NKT the God สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
ดูตื่นเต้นนะเราอะ Okay, from last week you almost entering Super Sunday but you cannot. So this week your performance has improved a lot. What adjustment have you made?
ก็ในอาทิตย์ที่แล้วนะครับทีมเราไม่ได้ไปเล่นในรอบซูเปอร์ซันเดย์ขาดอีกแค่นิดเดียวแต่ฟอร์มการเล่นในอาทิตย์นี้ทีมเรามีฟอร์มการเล่นที่ดีขึ้นมากๆเราได้ปรับเปลี่ยนหรือว่าปรับปรุงแก้ไขอะไรมาบ้างครับ
ก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องแผนนะครับ ก็คือรอบที่แล้วเราพลาดยังไงเราก็มาแก้ใหม่ซีซั่นวีคนี้ในวีคนี้ครับ
Mostly we learn from our mistake we see from our mistake that we have been done in last week and we just eat it and improve every strategy that we can do.
I understand, and you do very well because this week it's different, very different. Underline from above the line is like Kel and Kevin. Okay, competing among so many strong teams in PMSL. What do you think about your team performance so far?
ก็การที่เราได้มาแข่งกับทีมเก่งๆหลายๆทีมใน PMSL รอบนี้เราคิดยังไงกับฟอร์มการเล่นของทีมตัวเองในตอนนี้บ้างครับ
ก็ไม่ได้แย่มากครับแต่ก็ไม่ได้ดีมากก็พอใจครับพอใจกับ
It's still acceptable not that bad but not that good
so okay how do you feel about competing in your home country in this season what different do you feel compared to the competing from outside country
ก็คิดยังไงบ้างครับกับการที่ PMSL มาจัดที่เมืองไทยการได้เล่นในบ้านตัวเองความรู้สึกแตกต่างกับการไปแข่งที่ต่างประเทศกับการที่แข่งในบ้านตัวเองรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกดีกว่าครับเพราะว่าความกดดันมันก็มีน้อยกว่า
We are happy about it and also less pressure comes to us
ตอบยาวกว่านี้ก็ได้นะ Okay for the last one any words to your fans
ข้อสุดท้ายมีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนคลับที่เชียร์เราอยู่บ้างไหมครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ NKT ต่อไปนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณครับที่รอเชียร์พวกเราขอบคุณ
Thank you for supporting us and don't forget to cheer us help us and support us always
Okay are you still nervous
ยังเครียดอยู่หรือเปล่ายังกดดันอยู่ไหม
ไม่ครับไม่
Okay
Not really
Okay I trust you Okay thank you so much for today and now it is the final pass already let's go back to the caster
Thank you so much, Miss Bo, for our host of the day, and definitely for the entirety of the season, and Mr. Boo, which gonna be is Bo and Boo, by the way. The Boo, Mr. and Boo, our translator. And speaking of which, the question that she left out, I think, how confident are you to get into the Super Sunday with the scores they just gained, not entering the 80s yet?
Yeah, I know, right? It's that is actually a good question. I really like to know their thoughts, but hey, we'll probably wait to see the results then because we'll know for sure by tomorrow who will get the ticket straight to the Super Sunday. But honestly speaking, even though let's say if NKT do not get the ticket directly onto Super Sunday, their points are pretty comfortable even if they have to play the last chance qualifiers.
We did mention about the minimum benchmark for getting a Super Sunday by the last chance, starting off the point which carry out from the league would be the best around 60 points. if you got more than that, definitely it's going to be a comfortable ride for these guys, just cruising through the last chance, unless they botch it in the very last minute, who knows. But also, speaking of which, we do have confirmed 4 teams, I think, for end of today. We do know 4 teams already advanced to the Super Sunday based on their points gathered by the end of the day. Who will advance another 4 teams have the slot later for tomorrow, because we're right now going to wrapping up the show. This is going to be Chicha and that's going to be Sir Cloud. We're done for the day. See you guys tomorrow. And we're going to start waving because we're going to say goodbye and good night. Thank you guys.
Keep waving.